Parizino nevamwe vedu variko kunoko vachishandira kuzuva guru rekurangarira vana vachiri kukura. Izuva guru ranhasi apo achiri kurangarira zuva rakakosha, zuva revana. Tokuchingamidzai nhasi pazuva guru.
Thank you very much. We are here in Victoria Falls in Zimbabwe, commemorating the World Children's Day. Every 20th of November, the world celebrates the World Children's Day to commemorate the adoption of the United Nations on the rights of the child by the UN General Assembly on the 20th of November 1989. So this day is a day for and by children, where we are encouraging them to participate, where we are having them interacting with their heads of states, giving them their aspirations, their needs, their wishes. Today they are going to present their call to actions to the heads of states.
Okay, talking about inclusive education is enunciated by the United Nations a theme. What is government doing in that regard?
So the theme for this year is educating and skilling the African child for posterity. So we have various programs that are being implemented, the Education 5.0, which ensures that we are skilling and tooling our child as we prepare him or her for the future. We want to empower our children. We are empowering them with education so that they can realize their potential. So here we have children from 7 countries. That is Zimbabwe, Namibia, Botswana, South Africa, Malawi, and Zambia. Since 2021, 4 countries have been commemorating this day. That is Zimbabwe, Zambia, Botswana, and Namibia. And so we have been joined by 3 other countries: South Africa, Malawi, and Mozambique. And today, children are going to interact with their heads of states and their representatives and present their call to action on what they want in terms of their education, in terms of climate change, and in terms of their overall protection from abuse and exploitation.
Okay. Yeah. There's also talk of inclusive education. What is it that is being done, especially looking at children with disabilities in terms of education inclusion?
So we have inclusive education, yes, in Zimbabwe. Our education ensures that we include children with disabilities. We have them in mainstream education, where we are creating a conducive environment for their learning. If there are children using wheelchairs, there are ramps at every school to ensure accessibility. And also, we have resource units at some of the schools where these children with the hearing impairments, difficulties in learning, can go and learn. And above all, we have schools designated specifically for children with disabilities, where we provide boarding facilities, with the government meeting most of the costs under the basic education assistance module. So we are doing a lot in ensuring that we provide inclusive education to all children, including children with disabilities. At the same time, for children in hard to reach areas, we have built a number of schools in those areas to ensure accessibility.
Thank you so much, sir, for your time. Siqhubekela phambili sapho Zimbabwe sisizwa ngalokho khulunywayo kakhulu kunanzwa amalungelo ezomfundo tilinga akale kuti imfundo yeyi inoti unuwose ngebe iye unokosheswa tilinga akale ibumbilo lemulawo shangule Zimbabwe tilinga section 56 unolebereka nokukosheswa kwabantu bose kususineni nobukosha kuqhakathekiswa amalungelo omuntu wonke wathesi ngilabanye abantwana abali okulilanga labo namhlanje lilanga labo ilanga liqhakathekileyo ilanga elinanzwa namhlanje echinotimba uyalazi yini ilanga leli?
Yebo ngiyalazi.
Wena ngubani?
Samantha
Siyadabo. Ilanga leli likukhumbuzani wena ukuyini okubuya engqondweni yakho ungazwa ngelanga le World Children's Day?
Wow, lingikhumbuza ngamalungelo ami njengomntwana you know, indlela omele ngibe ngayo ubuntu njengomntwana ukuthi umuntu ukhuliswa njani, you know. Yeah.
Okay, amalungelo ungaqambela amalungelo owaziyo wena amalungelo abantwana awunoziba ilulamilo jabana jonoziba ishomanana jongadibuja jabana bechikolo.
We have the right to education, we have the right to good health, the right to shelter. Yeah, this is the list of the children's rights.
Okay. Sikhuluma kanje siyaqhubekela phambili sibuza sikhuluma njalo ngomunye umfana osemosi oyathunya ufunda emosi oyathunya unofunda apuna chino timba apano bane Luizi runotinira yokuno nalukuluza mbezi ungantshela ibizo lakho ukuthi ungubane lokuthi ufunda ngani.
Ibizo lami ngiSimphiwe Ncube ngifunda emosi oyathunya eVictoria Falls.
Simphiwe leli langa liqhakatheke njani kuwe lichazani empilweni yakho leli langa?
Ilanga leli lichaza kakhulu empilweni yami ngoba lingikhumbuza ngobuntwana bami njalo lokuthi abadala bethu basithanda okungakanani njalo lingikhumbuza amalungelo ami omele ngiyowathathe njengomntwana wase-Africa waseZimbabwe lawasemhlabeni ezehobe.
Okay. Sikhuluma ngamalungelo lawo amalungelo ama-rights lawo alama-responsibilities uyawazi yini ama-responsibilities olawo wena njengomntwana ungakhangeli kuphela amalungelo akho?
Masikhayela amalungelo lawa lama responsibilities. For example, there is the right to education. It comes with a responsibility ukuthi njengami njengomntwana wesikolo kumele ngihambe esikolo ngimake sure ukuthi ngiyalalela ama teachers, I do all my work on time. The right for good health kumele make sure ukuthi I keep my body fit, I exercise and do a lot of things. The right to shelter, my shelter needs good cleaning. Kumele ngiclean ngimake sure ukuthi my shelter is in good point and in order. Yes.
Okay, Simphiwe, nxa sikhangela indikimba yanamhlanje ikhuluma ngokuthi educate, skill the African child to prosperity. Kuyini ongathi wena ukufundile ubungcwethi obukhona obuza kuphathisa kula kusasa okufundayo ofuna ukayikho khona ungaqeda isikolo?
Mina ngimangiqeda isikolo ngifisa ukwenza into okuthiwa yi-international trade law. I want to work as a lawyer but at an international level concentrating on exports and imports between countries. Ngakayela umongameli welizwe is building relations with other countries. So I want to be part and parcel of that, helping exports and imports. Make sure ukuthi sikwenza in the right way of law in the international community. Yes.
Okay. So ukuqhakathekileyo nxa ukhuluma ngeskill ozasetshenziswa kusasa, skill the African child for posterity. Ubungcwethi lobu ufuna ukusebenza kula kusasa usikhulumele. Ngiyabonga Simphiwe ngesikhathi uthi ngipha kusona. Sikhuluma njalo Somvelo uthi wena ukhangela indikimba yanamhlanje ethi educate and skill the African child for prosperity. Wena ufuna uba yini ulwazi ofuna ukuba ozaluthola esikolo ozalusebenzisa kusasa iluphi ufuna uba yini waqeda isikolo?
Well, as for me, ngifuna ukwenza i-curatorship after I'm done with schooling because singakhanyela amalanga namhlanje we are the children of technology. We were born into technology. Sisibizwa ukuthi singama 2K. Technology, social media is our thing, and by this we realize ukuthi our norms, our values, our cultures are being lost due to that. And as a curator, it will help restore, train others, teach them about the culture, know where we come from and know where we are going.
Ukhuluma nge-heritage best education lapho esivela khona
lalapho siya khona.
Ngiyabonga isikhathi esithela ngipha sona. Sibona njalo ukuthi abantwana bayahambelana alendikimba ekhona ethi yona fundisa umntwana umuphe ulwazi azalusebenzisa ukusasa. Makamango tisinondilambeli abana beshango eZimbabwe yaba batebelebereka nabo abana abakumufunda kumosi oyathunya abana abalebereka kale nozikumutiwa balebereka ne heritage based education 5.0 belebereka nozuti luyo zunu zikumutiwa tilinga ntungamiri weshango akomede baso mnangagwa bakabiga iyo innovation hubs kuma university ose yaya tilinga zunu zose zikumutiwa nabana beshango leZimbabwe abanozushingisa mberi tilinga akhale zunu zokatiwa noluzibo lwakapiwa abana beshango leZimbabwe tilinga kuti kulungiswa inyaya jino chokutana magesi ku unit 7 and 8 abana beshango leZimbabwe nebo ma engineer bakabelipo akofeno ndikumubwiriza akunomwe wangu Akim Sibanda.
And yes, the event is happening. Everything is good to go as we wait for His Excellency to come through and address us right there at the venue. In the meantime, I thought I should introduce you to some of the absolutely great artwork that I've seen while walking around the beautiful streets of Victoria Falls. This artwork behind me is nothing short of that. And I've got Mkoma over here, Mkoma Thomas, who I'm going to be talking to about this piece of art. Mkoma Thomas, Murise.
Trinani, Sister Kim Masvanda, how are you today? And thank you for gracing the streets of Victoria Falls.
I want to thank you so much. Please, can you just tell us something about the artwork yedu ya tinayo?
Thank you, Anzazi yangu. Zitukuitika panapa. This is map of Zimbabwe. It reads, I love Vic Falls. We welcome you. Like today you see, it's World Children's Day. Tinotenda nekuyawo kwa maitawo, nekusimbisa kuti vari kumba uku. Muzive kuti kune zuva revana.
Tiri pazuva revana, Mkoma Thomas. Imuri mubereki?
Ndiri mubereki, hanzvadzi yangu, ndine vana vaviri.
Mune vana vaviri. Patinotaura nezve World Children's Day, tichitaura nezve ma-rights evana. Pane ma-rights evana, aiwa mubereki ane chaanoisawo ipapo. Imi munoona kuti chii chamukaisawo semubereki pama-rights evana?
Inini chandinokurudzira kuvana vedu vatinavo, ngativasimbise titarise kuti mwana ari kukura sei, zvaanoda timubatsire nazvo, timubatsirewo nazvo nenzira iyoyo nekuenderanawo nechipo chaakapiwa naMwari. Ndizvo zvandingataura vabereki vese vari kumba.
Vari kumba, mwana ane right yekuti achuze zvaanoda kuita kana akura. Imi munoona sei kune vana vese vaya vanodawo kuita sezvamunoita izvi? Ndeipi kurudziro yamungatipa pane vana vanenge vachida kuita art?
Inini kurudziro yandinoita ndeyekuti mazuva ano umwe noumwe ngaave nechipo chaakapiwa naMwari kuti achishandise. Sezvamuri kuona apapo, ipfungwa dzinenge dzauya kuti rega ndimboedza ndiradzewo vanhu vakaonawo vakazvifarira. Sezvamuri kuona vanhu vanopfuurawo nepano vachionawo mapicture, vachitorwa vachinyorwa mazita avo. Ndizvo zvatokurudzira chero mwana wese ari kumba, mubereki ngaadzidze kuti mwana wangu chaanowirira nacho chii. Ringava bhora, kungava kuimba, kungava nhetembo, zvingava mabasa akasiyana siyana emaoko. Dzidza mwana wako waunogara naye, uchimbomupawo nguva yokumuteerera. Udzidzewo kuti aiwa, nguva yaanayo iyoyo nezera raanaro, ukanzwa achitaura zvaanazvo, pamwewo ndozvaakapiwa naMwari. Imbomupawo mukana wekuti umboona kuti zvinosvika upapi, asi chikorowo chiri kumberi.
Aiwa, chikoro chiriko kumberi. Chimbotidzidzisai nezvatiri kuona ipapapa. Chii chakaita kuti muise mifananidzo inenge iri pa-artwork yatinayo?
Saizvozvo hanzvadzi yangu, kunoku inzvimbo inouya vashanyi vakasiyana siyana. As you know, nzvimbo yedu one of the 7 wonders of the world. Saka ndozvatakatiwo aiwa vanhu vangangouyi vodzokera vasati vaonawo zvimwe ugoni hwatinahwo muZimbabwe. Sepanapa imepu yedu yatakaita yeZimbabwe iart inoti I love Vic Falls. Tinobva tati welcome, tonyorawo nezita rekukugamuchirai nezita renyu richinyorwa ipapo. Vamwe vari kufambira zvakasiyana siyana, mabirthday, vamwe vari kucelebratawo maanniversary avo, tinouya tovanyorera kuti vaonewo kufara nokushanyirawo nzvimbo yedu yeVictoria Falls.
Aiwa, ndinotenda Mkoma Thomas. Alright, ndo vanonzi Mkoma Thomas vanoita mifananidzo yakanaka kudai. And we'll be back to talk about these and other amazing artworks that are happening right here in the Victoria Falls. Not forgetting that today is World Children's Day, and we will be commemorating it in style, in vision, knowing that our children have a voice, and that voice is back at the venue.
Tichiko yokuno kuchinotimba vana vazhere ivhura yavedhona kuseni koga vaizha mubunji bwavo kuti vopa zuliridzo zvavo kubutungamiri tilinga kale kuti yozo zikumutiwa mu mashango aimo musadek tilinga kale kuti mashango ananga i Mozambique, South Africa, Botswana, Namibia, Malawi ne Zambia vana vamiriri vavo nasi kuti vana bebebo naibo vanova ku mashango yaya na matunu eshango ose gumi veja kuti votula zuliridzo zvavo vetula kubutungamiri akale bebona kale kuti zuliridzo zvavo zwasengwa mberi kojo kolorwa kale untungamiri wa shango vana vakale ungali chipulawo sadrik vai pamira tunoswika vo tula indebo jabo makamu angu nasi izuva lirokosha tilinga kale kuti ibumbiro lyomulawo shangu lezimbabwe ndolibereka kale kuti vana vanokoti bewaniswe ifundo inoshanganisa unhu wose isinoshaluja isinodiyamijwa akale ilinga unhu wose zusineni nokuti unhu nabukosha imfundo ekhulunywa ngayo eyabasakhulayo igoqela umuntu wonke akula muntu osalayo akula indawo esalayo umongameli welizwe ekhomete masomnangagwa uyakhuluma njalo esithi akula ndawo lomuntu osalayo siyalibisela njalo ema-studios ethu lapho okulokhetli gwindi.
All right, I think I now have another reason to definitely visit Victoria Falls because I want to see my name written. Welcome, Taunashi. Welcome, Susan. You know what I'm talking about. And it's so encouraging to see that even young people are being encouraged to do what they love to do, what they want to do. And I'm talking about art. And as we were just opening up, you heard me highlighting how, we should, this day is set aside to also just place focus on children's dreams and children's ambitions. What are they looking forward to in the future? And you heard those students who are there at Baobab Primary School who were just talking about how one of them talked about how he wants to be an international lawyer. Exactly. One of them just summarized some of the rights, just showing that these children know what they're talking about. This day is by children, for children. And all of these things go back to development, to the development of the child. And we're just having that conversation with Mrs. Wove, which we're going to resume right now and just see what more she has to say on this one. And maybe your questions that you have in mind right now will be answered as we just carry on with this conversation. Thank you so much once again, Mrs. Wove. All right, so, caregivers and educators play, can I say, the biggest roles when it comes to supporting and the health, emotional and social development in children. And how can they do that?
Okay, so I think first and foremost, we need to ensure that we create a safe and nurturing environment for our children. When we talk about a safe and nurturing environment, we need to create an environment that allows our children to approach us and feel safe and not judged as caregivers. If our children cannot approach us, then who else would they go to?
That's true.
Yes. And then when we talk about a nurturing environment, let's create routines and establish routines for our children so that we set them on a path that's ideal for them during their developmental stages. And then I'd also like to touch on the importance of us as role models and caregivers. We need to ensure that we are role models for our children as well. What language are we using at home? How are we communicating with our community? Our children are watching us as well. So we need to ensure that we foster positive behaviors as adults for our children as well.
All right, no, that's thank you so much for enlightening us on that one.
Yes.
So as we were just watching the proceedings right there, you heard the young lady was talking about how the AMA2Ks,
yes, technology,
yes, and so on. Can we say that the way that caregivers and educators, parents now, their approach should be different because it's now a different generation from the way we think, from the way we walk, the way we talk. Can we say they need to do things a bit differently from the way things were done in the past? Because maybe the parents are doing it like it was done to
old
them.
School.
But exactly. But then now it's different. The AMA2Ks, as they say.
Definitely. AMA2K are exposed. We have technology. They have easy access to technology. So we need to have intentional parenting as opposed to the old school parenting. You need to be involved every step of the way because our children are exposed. At the click of a button, your child can be exposed to the entire world. And the content that they're viewing, what are they viewing? What are they being exposed to? So definitely your parenting style has to be different to the parenting style that perhaps was used on us when we were growing up. So I think intentional parenting, you need to interact with your child, ask questions. AMA2Ks they're woke, as they would like to say.
Yeah,
yes, they are very woke. So you need to actually interact with your child. You need to know what technology tools are my children using. There's TikTok, there's Instagram, there's Facebook. What are they looking at? What content are they looking at? You need to be aware as a parent. You can't sort of, turn a blind eye and just ignore that. So definitely the parenting style has to change.
Well, all right. Thank you so much. I'm sure that the parents who are watching right now, maybe some of them didn't pay attention to it, but then they're like, now, wow, I need to start paying close attention to
have
my
conversations with your children.
For the child to feel free to converse with the parents about what's happening in their life. Yes. Thank you so much on that one. So even when you talk about social media, there's now, and let me just say the digital age in general. There's now the issue of video games and so on. But besides video games, we can talk about play in general, right? So what role does play have when it comes to the development of a child? Usually it's deemed as something, when people say urukutamba, it's usually deemed as something negative, something that's going to destroy you rather than build you. But then I understand that when it comes to the development of a child, play plays a very big role. Can you just enlighten us on that one?
Play is super important. Play unlocks creativity. So the moment we tell our children, no, you're playing, you're going to dirty your clothes, etc., we are hindering that creativity. So play is super important from the time that our children, again, I'll keep referring to from birth until, we finish school. So play is super important because it also supports the developmental milestones that we were talking about. So, for example, when our toddlers engage in fantasy play with their dolls, I think sometimes we just think, the babies are playing with dolls, they're wasting time. But during this period when they're playing with their dolls, a lot is happening in that moment. They're actually developing their emotional intelligence. When you see, if you've ever watched little toddlers playing with dolls, usually they'll be imitating either parents or caregivers or people that they've been seeing around. So again, that stimulates their emotional intelligence. They're actually learning even conflict resolution through playing with toys. It's super important. What we view as minor and, a waste of time is actually unlocking the children's creativity, and it's actually also contributing to the development of their brain as well.
Wow. All right. No, that's actually interesting.
Yes.
But then still on that, let me look at some of the things that children are watching these days. We now have YouTube. Parents just give the children the tablets, the laptops, the TVs to just watch whatever they're watching. How does that also affect now the development of the child? Let me take, for example, if one child A, who's watching cartoons every day, and then child B, who's always sitting in the lounge when the parents are watching action movies. How does that now impact the development of the child?
All right, so that plays a major role, especially when you look at their cognitive skills, as I mentioned. So spending a long time watching TV actually affects your focus. It affects how you solve problems, etc. So child A, who would be watching TV perhaps from 8 a.m. until 4 p.m., may possibly struggle even with their social interaction skills if they are to be put in a setup with other children, because they're used to being alone, watching shows, cartoons, and not interacting with other human beings. So there is a disadvantage. However, if we do use technology wisely, i.e., using high quality content, i.e., maybe shows that have something to do with alphabets, numbers, etc., for a short period, and with you as the parent actually monitoring that as well, then you can use technology in an effective way. You need to balance it out. But definitely having a child sitting all day long watching TV is not really great, especially for their emotional and social skills.
All right. No, thank you so much. Maybe there was someone right now who's just leaving their child watching TV the whole day, and now we know the negative side of that, because sometimes you think that's what's going to stop the child from crying, from just nagging you as a parent. But thank you so much for that.
Yes.
But then moving to the child, we're talking about the people who are surrounding the child, but then the child themselves, possibly the challenges that they face that probably hinder the development of that child. What are some of those challenges, and how can parents and caregivers, educators, basically everyone who's around them, take part in just stopping and avoiding and just minimizing those problems?
Yes, so I think I'll touch on the general ones that affect toddlers, teenagers. Probably I would say confidence, anxiety, and fear to just believe in them, fear of just starting something new or believing in themselves. So I think as a community and as parents and caregivers, the first step would be to support our children, to support them and encourage them to chase their dreams and to validate who they are as individuals, to remind them that each and every single one of them they're important and they're different and they're unique. So that's what we can definitely do to support our children who have challenges in the areas that I've highlighted, which is confidence issues, anxiety, which can impair and affect you throughout your learning journey. If you're going to school every day and you feel demotivated and you don't have confidence, it'll be difficult for you to pay attention in class and actually absorb everything that is being taught.
You're sitting in class, but you're not in class.
You're not there. You're lost. You're totally lost in a world of emotion, a pool of emotions.
All right, no, that's actually enlightening as well. And I remember someone once said, was just giving advice to parents, and then I happened to be there. And then they said something like, Simbereki, just avoid saying things like uridofo, and I can link it to what you're talking about, confidence, reassuring your children instead of demotivating them, making them feel like they're actually nothing. All right. No, thank you so much. And now, mental health. Mental health, which is the talk of the age again.
Definitely.
Just like the digital age, mental health is another thing that we ought to be talking about. And social media is worsening the issue of mental health and so on. But then you also talked about how, parents should make an environment where the children feel free to ask them anything, talk to them about anything. But it's not always the case.
No, it's not.
That
not
the children feel free to talk to the parents. So what can parents do when it comes to addressing mental health issues of their children, rather than then finding out when a child commits suicide that they were going through a lot?
And it'll be too late.
It'll be too late. You can't do anything about it now. You're just talking about it, but then you can't solve the problem now. They've passed on. But what can parents do to actually deal with mental health? Yes,
so I would encourage parents to encourage their children to express their emotions. I think back in the day, this is something that was frowned upon, but I think it's important for our children to express their emotions. And what parents can do to assist their children to express their emotions is to provide tools for their children to express their emotions, i.e., teach your children early on how to behave if they are sad, i.e., tell me when you're sad, communicate with me when you're sad, give that emotion a name. So I think growing up, a lot of us had pent up emotions and we couldn't specifically identify what that emotion was. So I think from an early point in every child's life, parents, it's our job as caregivers and parents to actually name all the different emotions that our children would most likely feel, so that when those emotions come up, they can express them. This is anger, this is fear, this is anxiety, etc. That actually will help lighten the load when it comes to their mental health. Because, I think the mental breakdowns are contributed by the fact that you are bottling up a lot of emotions that you do not know how to manage and regulate. Whereas if we actually create a platform for our children to express those emotions, then we can regulate the emotions.
Okay, so it ends up being more like an explosion because it's just bottling up.
It's just bottling up. I don't know what to do with the emotions and I don't know who to talk to.
And then one day it just explodes
and
like
then
that.
one day it just explodes.
All right, no, thank you so much.
Yes.
And one of the things that I would love to for us to just talk about before we just conclude this one would be even the issue of the people surrounding the child, which are the friends. Should parents really take part in choosing and advising the children when it comes to friends? Back then, we'd be told, you was a time and you don't play with this person is bad news, this person is that good when it comes to the development of the child. How would you advise parents as well to approach such issues?
I think you and I can testify, everyone that we were probably told not to play with, we went and played with them,
That's
right?
true. Yeah, that's true.
So to answer that, I think we need to instill the values in our children that we would like them to aspire to. And then we need to give them the choice to make decisions and live out those values. So we need to instill those values at home. What values are we instilling in our children that will attract them to the crowd that they are most likely to want to play with? So I think as caregivers and parents, we need to monitor and we need to watch, but we shouldn't control.
Okay,
Yes.
so that means we are supposed to groom the young ones from a young age to a part, can I say, to a level where they now know what they ought not to do and what they ought to do. They don't need to be told to do this, don't do this, don't do that. You now know what you're supposed to do, you're supposed to hang out with.
Exactly,
because
while keeping a close eye.
Uh-huh.
And you can keep a close eye by just simply asking questions. How was your day today? What did you do? Oh, who are you with today? And, creating that safe space where your child will let you know what exactly is happening.
in their life.
And then you as the parent now, you need to then now make sure that you are touching on important life skills and pointers so your child can navigate through difficult situations on their own. But controlling them and telling them what to do, I don't think will really produce the
You don't
results
think it
that
will
you
work?
would. No, it will not work.
All right. No,
Yes.
thank you so much. Now, just before we conclude,
Yes.
I would love for you to just can I say run through how we as a community, as a family, maybe we've got a minor, we've got a child in our family, my neighbor, maybe she's 5 years old, he's 5 years old. How can we actually just talk to them and just take part in the development, making the whole process easier?
Okay, so first and foremost, I'll go back to a point I highlighted earlier on, which is, we need to be role models, first of all. So you need to walk the walk and talk the talk. Our children are watching us. So everything that you do, the way that we communicate with each other in the community, let's show empathy. Let's teach our children about empathy. Let's communicate with each other effectively. If you are going to be driving and shouting at the next person while children are watching, you are actually fostering an aggressive generation that's to come as well.
Okay.
Yes. So the first point is let's be role models to our children.
Yes.
And then the second point would be let's be intentional
Okay.
in everything that in our parenting
Okay.
and scheduling of activities for our children.
That's actually so enlightening. Thank you so much once again, ma'am.
Yes.
All right,
Thank
so
you.
you see that this is a game that we all have to play, but I'm sure that you want to see what's happening in Victoria Falls right now, and we're just going to jump and cruise over there.
Honorable July Moyo. Very happy. Honorable July Moyo.
tilebereka kudhaya makamu anodzikana umtungamiri weshango unova akare ungalijibhura wesergeant komanda Emerson Mnangagwa navamwe vakulankulana vasvika yopano pebaobab primary kuchinotimba.
Yes, the president has arrived right here at Baobab Primary School. The energy, as you can see, is just but amazing. Celebrating children in a wonderful way. Remember, we are celebrating our children. Your child is our child. And we are running under our theme, Bengani.
Education and skill the African child for prosperity. Zosiyozo tumutira mune zomangwana Kim Sibanda. Kulebereka akali vanhu vazhere vana vakumushanta veshantira untungamiri wavo nasi untungamiri unokoshesa ilulamiro javana iconstitution nama-rights avana vatukutuku Kim.
Yes, definitely, and those rights are the rights that we are talking about today. Remember, every child has a right, and one of the most important rights I think we can talk about is the right to be happy, and the children are happy today. The children are here because we made a promise, and we said that we would come together and talk about how we are going to maintain these rights. This is just wonderful, Bengani.
Zirokosha zoseyozo zikumutiwa vana vesha kumatunhu ose eshango igumi pamwempera namwe mashango omudunhu lyesadiki vesha kuti vowa votura zulilizo zwavo kuntungamiri weshango kuvona vedhaiso Kim kushanta kuti zulilizo zwavo zikumusha kowirirwa Kim atilevereka kale kwafeno atiwirireni zikumundira mberi kwafeno.
Yes. And let's talk about what happened yesterday as we are about to get into the anthem, and we'll be right back.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We may be seated, Your Excellencies. We await for the arrival of the Regional World Children's Day Torch of Hope, which is being carried by a young man and a young woman, one girl and one boy. They are carrying the torch, and they are now in front of His Excellency the President. They will not give him for this time, but later on they will be able to hand the torch to him. Thank you very much. Your Excellency, for now, without going through the salutations, I want to request a child from Botswana, Pemelo Mokweti, to come and give us a word of prayer. Where is the child from Botswana who has been selected to come and give a word of prayer? Yesterday, all our prayers were being given by children. So there was a selection of this young, she's coming.
A blessed morning to you all. I go by the name Anakelaja from Botswana. I'll be giving you the opening prayer. Can we close our eyes and honor the Lord? Heavenly Father, we gather today in this beautiful place, Victoria Falls, a symbol of your boundless grace and power, to celebrate the World Children's Day. We lift our voices in gratitude for the precious gift of children, their laughter, their dreams, and the hope they bring to our world. As representatives from Botswana, Zimbabwe, Mozambique, Malawi, Namibia, South Africa, and Zambia, we unite in spirit to the friends of these nations and beyond. Bless every child with and opportunities to grow. May they live in peace, surrounded by families and communities who nurture their potential. Inspire our adults and leaders to listen to our voices, to honor our rights, and to work tirelessly to build a brighter and more inclusive future for all children. May the bonds we build here today strengthen the unity of our nations and reflect the deep care and responsibilities we share with the generations to come. Bless the children, bless the nations, bless the work we do in your name. Let's all say amen.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Dr. Emerson Dambudzo Mnangagwa. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Botswana, President Advocate Duma Boko, the Honorable Deputy Prime Minister of Namibia, Honorable John Mtorwa, Honorable Vice President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Dr. C.G.D.N. Chiwenga, the Minister representing the Head of State on the Government of the Republic of Mozambique, Honorable Lucas Magraze, the Honorable Minister representing the Government of Malawi, Honorable Jean Maonoza Sendeza, Honorable Minister representing the Government of the Republic of Zambia, the Minister, the Head of Child Protection from South Africa, representing the Government of South Africa, the UNCF Regional Director of East and Southern Africa, Ms. Etleva Kadili, the United Nations Coordinator in Zimbabwe, Mr. Kalon, ministers here present, led by our Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Trade, the Minister of Primary and Secondary Education, and all ministers and deputy ministers from Zimbabwe, all accompanying ministers of delegations from the 6 other countries and deputy ministers from those countries. We have the President of the National Chiefs Council, Senator Mchane Kumalo. We have invited Your Excellencies a number of dignitaries, and I hope they are represented here, and these include the President of the Pan-African Parliament, Chief Fortune Charumbira, who is a senator. We have members of parliament who are here. They have been here, some of them together with the First Lady, because they come from the portfolio committee that deals with children. The Secretary to the President and Cabinet, Dr. Martin Rushwaya, and other Deputy Chief Secretaries and Secretaries from Zimbabwe, and permanent secretaries who have accompanied heads of delegations from the 6 other countries. Your Excellencies, ambassadors from in Zimbabwe, representing the countries that are represented here, and many of you were here yesterday and accompanying the children from your countries. Your Excellency, the children seated on this left all come from the 7 countries, and the organizers have made it quite clear that you cannot differentiate them because they are in one uniform, representing all of us from the region. Your Excellency, let me call upon the Minister of State for Provincial Affairs and Devolution, coming from Matebele and North, Comrade Honorable Richard Moyo, to come and welcome us. Minister.
Thank you, Master of Ceremony, Honorable July Moyo. Good morning, children. The President of Republic of Zimbabwe, His Excellency Dr. Emerson Dambudzo Mnangagwa, the President of Republic of Botswana, His Excellency Advocate Duma Gideon Boko, the Vice President of Republic of Zimbabwe, Honorable Retired General C.G.D.N. Chiwenga, the Deputy Prime Minister of Republic of Namibia, Honorable John Mutorwa, the Minister representing the Head of State and Government of Republic of Mozambique, Honorable Lucas Macres, the Minister representing the Head of State and Government of Republic of Malawi, Honorable Jean Mnonza Sendeza, the Minister representing the Head of State and Government of Republic of Zambia, Honorable Jacob Mulwimbi, Head of Delegation Republic of South Africa, Mr. David Chabalala, UNICEF Regional Director for East and Southern Africa, Mrs. Eleva Kadil, members of the Diplomatic Corps, members, Minister of Defense, and the Chairman of the ruling party, Comrade CZ Mchinguri Kashiri, in absentia. Our ZANU-PF Politburo members, Minister of Public Service, Labor and Social Welfare, Honorable J.G. Moyo, and Zimbabwean ministers and deputy ministers, President of the National Council of Chiefs, Honorable Senator Mchane Kumalo, and other chiefs who are here, President of the Pan-African Parliament, Honorable Chief Fortune Charumbira, members of Parliament, special members of the Portfolio Committee that deal with children and youth in Parliament, Chief Secretary to the President and Cabinet, Dr. Martin Rushwaya, and Deputy Chief Secretaries who are here, United Nations Resident Coordinator in Zimbabwe, Edward Kalon, UNICEF representative from the 7 countries, permanent secretaries, senior government officials, JOC members from Matabeleland North Province, children representing all countries, and in Zimbabwe, children representing the 10 provinces. Ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, distinguished delegates from outside our borders, and our future leaders, the children gathered here today. It is my singular honor to welcome you all to Matabeleland North Province on this memorable occasion to celebrate the Regional World Children's Day. I would like to welcome you all, our excellencies and delegates, to Matabeleland North Province, the province best known for the majestic Victoria Falls, one of the 7 wonders of the world, and the Hwange National Park, the country's largest national park. We are truly honored as Matabeleland North Province to be your host today. Distinguished guests, today we celebrate the rise and well-being of our children worldwide, with a special focus on inclusion. The 2024 theme, as a province, we value child protection. We recognize the importance of creating an inclusive environment that promotes welfare and protects the right of all children. As government, we reaffirm our commitment to children's welfare and protection. Your presence here today demonstrates our collective determination to prioritize the needs of our children. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, as we are gathered here today, I am reminded of His Excellency the President of Republic of Zimbabwe and SADC Chair Dr. Emerson Damze Mnangagwa's inspiring statement that no one and no place and no country should be left behind. This vision is at the heart of our gathering, emphasizing that every children, regardless of their background or circumstances, deserve to be heard and valued. Let us create platforms for children to express themselves, share their ideas, and participate in decisions that affect their lives. Lastly, esteemed guests, my hope is that this beautiful city has, since your arrival, provided you with an environment that encourages fruitful interaction and strategic reflection on the important issues on our agenda. Please enjoy the hospitality the province offers and taste as much of our local food as you possibly can. Your trip to this adventure city will, however, be incomplete without a visit to rainforests of view the greatest falling curtains of water on the planet. I hope you will find time of your schedule to visit and enjoy the showers of the Victoria Falls. As we move forward, let us remember that investing in children today secures a brighter future for us all. I thank you. Twalumba Tatenda. Nyabonga.
We thank you, Minister Richard Moyo, Minister of State for Provincial Affairs and Devolution for Matabele and North. We have reached Your Excellencies, Honorable Deputy Prime Minister, Honorable Vice President, and the ministers representing your countries. The children from now are going to take over, and this session is called the presentation of the call for action by 7 children from the participating countries. Their names will be announced by their moderator, who is the junior speaker of the Parliament of Zimbabwe, Skavile Tafala Mtigo. She will moderate this part of the session as they have requested to do. Tafara.
Your Excellencies, all protocols observed, a pleasant day to you all, honored guests and cherished guests. Today is our day as children. Today is the day for all children here present and all over the Southern African region. As we celebrate today, we also come to present the plea that the child ambassadors here took time to panel bid together through you reports, WhatsApp, messages, calls, Facebook, face-to-face interactions. They were able to engage with other children and source information from their respective countries, which was necessary to compile a call for action. At this juncture, allow me to call upon the child representatives from each of our 7 states here in the SADC region to present to you, our excellencies, the call for action. Your time here is insurmountably appreciated. So as our representatives here are going to be presenting the call for action, may you please listen attentively, because from all your busy schedules, this is the only time as children we're able to present the challenges that we're facing. So I please ask you to please listen attentively, because these are important matters the children are facing. So coming up first, the introduction, we're going to get it from all the way from Malawi, Faith Nzumara.
Firstly, I should start to thank the moderator for this chance that has been given to children from Malawi, from the region. My name is Faith Mzmara from Malawi. I'm in Form 4. I'm taking you through the introduction for the call of action. Phase 3, all children have the right to quality education, to grow up in a safe and secure environment, to be protected from harm. Children's rights are human rights, enshrined in the Convention of the Rights of the Child. Yet too many children cannot realize these rights and face exclusion, discrimination, violence, and exploitation. Children have the right to grow up in a world where every child is valued, included, empowered, and protected. Your Excellencies, as children of Botswana, Namibia, Malawi, Mozambique, South Africa, Zambia, and Zimbabwe, we recognize all the work done in our respective governments to promote the rights of children. But there is still much work to do to ensure that the rights of children to a quality education are protected, promoted, and fulfilled without discrimination. Your Excellencies here present, our unified call for action on the World Children's Day, aligned with the specific theme of 2024 Legion Children's Day commemoration, which is educate and skill the African child for posterity, is to drive progress in the following areas. Our call for action is informed by broad national consultation involving more than 5,000 children. We organize among our peers with the support of our government and civil society partners. Your Excellencies, we the children from Botswana, Namibia, Mozambique, South Africa, Zambia, and Zimbabwe, call on your leadership to listen to our voices, include us in decisions which affect us, adapt and implement our solution, invest in our present and future, because we are the present and the future leaders of today and tomorrow. We call on your government to take concerted action on the following issues. Again, I say thank you.
Thank you very much, Faith Nzumara, all the way from Malawi. Up next is all the way from Botswana, Almake Aaron.
Thank you very much. There's nothing more beautiful than to see leaders coming together to discuss and to hear the voices of young people. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, my name is Aumake Aaron, the child president of Botswana. After these past few months, as we were consulting with children from Zambia, Botswana, Malawi, Mozambique, Namibia, and South Africa, we were able to devise some of their issues in terms of accessibility to education. And it reads, to ensure access to education, ensure all children, including children from disadvantaged backgrounds, have access to quality education, providing financial support for those in need, and addressing the specific needs of girls and boys to access education. Secondly, strengthen and enrich the curricula to ensure of practical life skills that enhance daily living and learning to earning. Curriculum content should be designed to ensure relevance and meet the current demands of children. Thirdly, quality education needs to be innovative, allowing critical thinking and creativity, ensuring appropriate learning materials and a supportive learning environment, and facilitating engagement and practical skills development. Governments should provide this in consultations with children. Educators should be equipped to develop quality education, making learning fresh and impactful and delivered in pleasant environments and infrastructure, conducive to learning, including well-equipped labs and libraries. In short, we are simply saying that education goes hand in hand with development. Without education, there would be any development in Africa. And that's why we want to remind you that every child must have access to education. Therefore, we are promoting the development of our countries. So take the risk and ensure and invest in us, the future, the children of Africa. Like I always say, you are never too small to make a difference. I thank you.
That was the Child President of the Republic of Botswana, Her Excellency Aumake Aaron. Thank you very much. I'll now call upon Honorable Uvatera Yachar from Namibia.
All protocols and a special greeting to the children, the important guest special today. For an inclusive and quality for education system, I would like to propose that the government provide children with equal opportunity for education, including children with disabilities and those in hard-to-reach areas. I would like to suggest that the government ensure integrated learning environments, allowing students to interact and collaborate with peers with a special education needs from a young age instead of being separated. As children, we would appreciate if the government employ well-trained and qualified teachers for a better learning outcomes, increase teacher salaries and benefits to improve the education. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Yachar. Wow, that was very insightful. Now, all the way from Zambia, we're going to call upon Honorable Chola Corinne.
First of all, I would love to say thank you to the moderator, and all protocols are highly observed. Allow me to conclude, to add up on the points that my friends have already brought about. Construct child and disability-friendly infrastructure and provide significant teaching resources, including solar power for untempered learning. Build schools close to communities, or provide transportation for students. Involve parents, guardians, and community leaders in creating an inclusive education system, including adolescent girls at risk of drop out of school, children involved in child labor, minority groups, and children with disabilities to ensure no child is left behind. to ensure relevant education, including emerging issues. Ensure an education that is impactful and useful to us in the current modern and developing world. An education with a positive impact in our lives, be it present or in future as we transition to the world of work. The curriculum should equip us with relevant skills to navigate life from a very young age. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chola Corinne. Up next is Tsepo Sian Fisher, all the way from South Africa.
Thank you, Chair. Sanbonani, Dumelang, Avushin, Nda, and the recently added 12th language that is added into South Africa, which is sign language. Hello. Greetings to the House large in its flesh capacity, distinguished guest, Royal Traditional House representative, SADC representative, government official, and different representative, and not forgetting the most prestigious people in this function today, which is the children. I greet you. My name is Tsepo Fisher, and I'm representing the 21 million children from South Africa. I'm here to present the call of action in order to stand for South Africa. It goes as follows. We need a curriculum that is aligned with the rest of the world and puts emphasis on digital literacy. This will be achieved by improving the ITC infrastructure in school. The second one says, we want to expand and enhance climate change education programs that will teach us about climate change, the environment, sustainable consumption, and production as core subject in class or school clubs functioning in schools. Last but not least, we want to ensure that we have access to education in a safe learning environment. Now, with that being said, I've never been more proud to stand into your presence and representing the South African country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Tsepo Sian Fisher, all the way from South Africa. Coming up front is all the way from Mozambique, Yura Tayob. So, for Mozambique, we're going to have simultaneous translation.
Boa tarde a todos e a todas. O meu nome é Yura Tayop, sou a jovem advogada do Unicef em Moçambique. Partilharei a minha apresentação sobre o nosso compromisso como crianças africanas. Como crianças de Botsuana, Malawi, Moçambique, Namíbia, África do Sul, Zâmbia e Zimbábue, estamos unidos na nossa crença de que nossas vozes e ações importam.
Good afternoon to all. My name is Yura Tab. I am an advocate for UNICEF Mozambique, and I'm here to present the call for action representing Mozambique. As children from Botswana, Malawi, Mozambique, Namibia, South Africa, Zambia, and Zimbabwe, We stand united in our belief that our voices and actions matter.
Estamos comprometidos em ser cidadãos responsáveis, prontos para apoiar e trabalhar ao lado de nossos governos, líderes, pais e organizações para criar um futuro para todas as crianças em nossa região.
We are committed to being responsible citizens, ready to support to support and work alongside our governments, leaders, parents, and organizations to create a better future for all children in our region.
Nós, as crianças de Botswana, Namíbia, Malawi, Moçambique, África do Sul, Zimbábue e Zâmbia, nos comprometemos a participar.
We, the children from Botswana, Namibia, Malawi, Mozambique, South Africa, Zambia, and Zimbabwe, commit to
participar ativamente de parlamentos infantis, conselhos escolares, conselhos júniores, bem como de outros fóruns estudantis, oportunidades para expressar nossas ideias sobre o currículo e os programas escolares.
Actively participating in child parliaments, school councils, junior councils, as well as other student forums, and take full advantage of opportunities to voice our ideas about curriculum and school programs.
Ao compartilhar nossas perspectivas, ajudaremos a criar um sistema educacional que atenda às nossas necessidades.
By sharing our perspectives, we will hope to create an education system that meets our needs.
Defender o desenvolvimento de bibliotecas públicas e instalações recreativas, utilizando esses espaços para o crescimento pessoal e incentivando outros a se envolverem em aprendizados de esporte e atividades criativas que beneficiam o nosso bem-estar.
Advocating for the development of public libraries and recreational facilities, using these spaces for personal growth and encouraging others to engage in learning, sport, and creative activities that benefit our well-being.
Em nome de todas as crianças de África, gostaríamos de pedir que a educação aqui na África, e não só aqui na África, mas em todo o mundo, não passasse de um privilégio, mas sim de um direito.
In the name of all children of Africa and the world, would like to ask that education should not be a privilege but a right.
Para cada criança, educação. Obrigado.
For each children, education, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Yura Tayub. At this juncture, allow me to call upon the host, Zimbabwe, Honorable Ropafazo Mutago.
Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, Presidents of the different SADC nations present today, Honorable Ministers, distinguished officials, and esteemed guests, it is an honor to present before you today. I extend my respects to each of your nations and to the child representatives that are present. Your Excellencies, as the children of our regions, we commit to make our schools and communities more inclusive by embracing diversity, offering support, and advocating for accessibility in all areas. Together, we can create an environment where everyone can thrive, belong, and feel safe. We are to use technology responsibly and enhance our digital skills. We will engage in ICT programs, sharing our knowledge with peers and encouraging others to join us in developing the skills that are needed to succeed in a digital world. We will also learn and educate ourselves and others on climate change and commit to sustainable practices in our daily lives. Through small acts like reducing waste and participating in community cleanup efforts, we can help protect our planet for generations to come. In conclusion, we shall also make our classrooms more collaborative, helping our teachers and supporting our peers in a quest to foster a culture of mutual respect and encouragement to overcome challenges together. As the children, we are also dedicated to play a part in ensuring that we get access to the education that is quality and that offers inclusivity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ropafadzom Tago. I believe we all have heard. Now, at this point in time, I will call upon all the 7 states represented by our child representatives from Botswana, Malawi, Mozambique, Namibia, South Africa, Zambia, and the host, Zimbabwe, to go and hand over the presentation that they were giving to our excellences, our presidents for the 7 states. Now, as they depart, may you all give them a round of applause. The representative for Namibia will go and hand over the speech to the Prime Minister. Thank you very much. I believe we've all had, and the key is to drive progress in followed areas that have been presented, always bearing in mind that we need quality education for a better today and a better tomorrow. Now, allow me to go and take my seat. Thank you very much for listening to the presentations that have been given by the 7 states.
Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, yesterday in the boys' session arranged by the First Lady, I asked those children who were acting in their capacity as junior presidents, and then I asked those who were acting as parliamentarians and those who were acting as junior councillors. I think the whole almost stood up, and I said they are ready to take over from the President, parliamentarians and councillors. And I want to thank them for their presentations. Your Excellency, I skipped deliberately the UN family because I also wanted them to hear the cries of children from our region. It is now my pleasure to call upon the United Nations resident coordinator to come and give his response from the international perspective about what our children have requested their leaders in his presence. Mr. Kalonse. Okay. Yeah.
Master of Ceremony, Honorable J.G. Moyo, Minister of Public Service, Labor and Social Welfare, President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, His Excellency Dr. Emerson Mnangagwa, President of the Republic of Botswana, His Excellency Duma Boko, President of the Republic of Malawi, ably represented here today by the Minister of Women Affairs, as I was told, President of the Republic of Mozambique, His Excellency Daniel Chapo, Deputy Prime Minister of the Republic of Namibia, Honorable John Motowa, the Vice President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Honorable General C.G.D.N. Chiwingwa, the Minister representing the Head of States and Government of the Republic of Malawi, Honorable Jane Sendeza, my colleague, the UNICEF Regional Director for Eastern Southern Africa, Ms. Etliva Kandele. Please allow me to stand on existing protocols because of time. Excellencies, distinguished guests, it is an immense honor to address you during this remarkable occasion of the 2024 Regional World Children's Day commemoration. This gathering of esteemed leaders from 7 nations underscores an unwavering commitment to safeguarding and advancing the right of children across Southern Africa, a commitment that aligns with the United Nations global goals under the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and its 17 goals. In alignment with the UN's commitment to rejuvenating its efforts, we embrace the United Nations 2.0 framework and the Secretary General's Quintet initiative. Our mission is to bolster global and national development goals, including giving a particular focus on advancing the rights of children. As evidenced in multiple reports and surveys, only 15% of the Sustainable Development Goals are on track. It is imperative that we rethink, refocus, and recharge our efforts to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. Our response to this challenge is embedded and embodied in our UN 2.0, a vision of a modernized UN system that is equipped with cutting-edge skills and vision and a forward-thinking culture. This modernized system aims to deliver better support for member states and significantly enhance our impact on the Sustainable Development Goals. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, by harnessing our diversity, we are committed to this vision through a potent mix of data, innovation, digital technology, foresight, and behavioral expertise. A dynamic integration we term the quintessence of change. This initiative is built upon a revitalized organizational culture dedicated to serving humanity, with a primary focus on today's children and youths who represent both the present and the future. I'm impressed with the call for action from the children. Congratulations. This exemplifies our united effort to put into action the 6 transformational strategies and investment pathways that prompt us towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. Our shared commitment focuses on fostering balanced and inclusive progress across economic, social, and environmental fronts. Relevant to this gathering, key investment pathways in education transformation, digital connectivity, climate action, and enhanced social protection are emphasized, all aimed at securing a brighter future for our children. Our setting today, supported by the government of Zimbabwe here in the iconic Victoria Falls, is a testament to our united resolve. We acknowledge the substantial effort by UNICEF Zimbabwe under the leadership of my colleague, Madam Etona Ikole, and the UNICEF Regional Office for East and Southern Africa for their pivotal role in bringing us together. These celebrations are far more than symbolic. They are a platform for children's participation as embodied in the Convention on the Rights of the Child. We aim to amplify children's voices, ensuring these voices are integral to policy and decision-making processes. Through the combined efforts of governments and partners, children have been at the front of this event, shaping a call to action to be presented to our heads of state. That has just been done by them. It is imperative to hold ourselves accountable to these young voices, ensuring alignment with international and regional framework, such as the Africa Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child. Excellency, distinguished guests, education is a cornerstone for societal transformation. It fosters peace, social justice, equity, and inclusivity. The theme, Educate and Skill the African Child for Prosperity, resonates powerfully with ongoing global initiatives, including the Sustainable Development Goals and the African Union Year of Education. Education equips children with the necessary tools to impact their communities positively, contributing to their development and prosperity. The Zimbabwe United Nations Development Cooperation Framework is pivotal in supporting Zimbabwe's National Development Strategy 1. By prioritizing quality education and human capital development, we align our efforts with both global and regional aspirations of inclusion, health, and social protection. We applaud the commendable engagement by the Zimbabwe First Lady, Her Excellency, Dr. Ozilia Managagwa, fostering a much-needed dialogue between children and leadership. Such initiatives are crucial for meaningful advocacy and policy shaping. As we embark on this journey, let us ensure that children's participation are at the forefront. Let us harness the energy, creativity, and vision of our youth to cultivate a development trajectory that respects and nurtures the rights. In closing, I call upon all present, governments, the UN, development partners, and children themselves to turn these discussions into enduring actions. Let us commit to a Southern Africa where every child thrives, reflecting our steadfast commitment to the Southern African Development Community's goal for children. Thank you, Zimbabwe, for leading this initiative. And to our children, thank you for your inspiration and determination. Together, we stand your rights and your future. Your Excellencies, Having done this job of mine for over 3 decades in different parts of the world, I am now convinced that development is an attitude. Why do I say this? It's an attitude, and for us to develop in a transformational way, we need to have empathy right at the center of our development discourse. It is a long time we have been waiting in Africa, and people have been saying they are sympathizing with Africa. No, no, no. It's an attitude, and what we need is empathy. Give us the possibility to relate to our purpose. Give us the possibility to own our opportunities, and give us the possibility to be able to lead our own discourse of life. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kalon. Would all the chaperones make sure that the children are in one place? Because very soon I'll be calling the presidents and representatives of countries. Make sure there's no movement anywhere around where the children are now moving away from their seats. Your Excellency, may I now call upon Miss Etleva Kadili, all the UNICEF representatives in the 7 countries are here to know how their director for Eastern and Southern Africa is going to pledge from what the children have articulated. Ms. Kadili, please.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. Yeah, that's much better. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. Your Excellency, President Mnangagwa, President of Republic of Zimbabwe. Your Excellency, President Boko, President of the Republic of Botswana. Honorable Minister Wemimbu, Honorable Minister Mutuarwa, Deputy Prime Minister of Namibia, Honorable Minister Sandeza from Malawi, Honorable Deputy Minister Mangreze from Mozambique, Mr. Chabalala, Acting Chief Director of Rights of Child, all ministers and dignitaries present here, the resident coordinator, the champions of children, all UNICEF representatives and UNICEF staff here, our beautiful children, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. It is a huge honor to be with all of you today and to speak on this critical issue of children's rights and education that brought all of us together. We must do our best to promote a productive, rights-respecting, and peaceful society where children can thrive and reach their full potential. As adults and duty bearers of children's rights, that is our role, and that's why we're all here for. Your Excellency, the President of Zimbabwe, may I first appreciate your generous hosting of this impressive event in this outstanding location of Victoria Falls. Having a special focus on education is also important not only for UNICEF, but to align with the African Union Year of Education. I would like to recognize today the dedicated funding Zimbabwe continues to put into education, which we all know is a fundamental right and a total push, a tool to fight against poverty. I also commend the country for advancing their heritage-based curriculum, which has resulted in enhanced quality, learning outcomes, and skills. Your Excellencies and invited guests, going beyond Zimbabwe, we must commend some important advances that have taken place across the countries in the region in the recent year. In Botswana, children are learning with digital tools. In Namibia is making schools more inclusive, and Zambia is creating safe space for children to protect them. South Africa has adopted a multi-year curriculum recovery plan to make up for learning losses during COVID-19. Mozambique has tripled school attendance since year 2000 through a combination of extending mandatory term to 9 years and increasing exclusivity for children with special needs and disabilities. And last but not least, Malawi will be starting the pre-primary classes for children across the country from 2025. These efforts show that when leaders listen to children and act, they can make a huge difference. Your Excellency, I'm sure you know that we cannot stop here. It is still the case that across sub-Saharan Africa, 4 out of 5 children are unable to read a simple sentence at the age of 10. So we cannot be complacent. We must strive to ensure that all children are leaving school with adequate education and skills that are needed to help them thrive and make their contribution to the society and the economy. Now, I would like to address to our beautiful children from across the countries, because you are the reason why we're here. I know you have been consulting for many months, and you have told us about the big challenges you face. In education, there are limited school supplies, long walks to school, and teachers who are stretched too thin. Many of the girls mention how hard it is to go to school without access to proper hygiene supplies. Despite these challenges, it is inspiring that so many of you want to help change the schools and make a better participation and make the school improvements that will help you. We adults, as duty bearers, need to hear children and redouble our efforts to give you the best possible chance for a brighter future. Something else I want to say, education is not just about reading and math. It is about finding of what is your passion, about what you want to become, about the skills that will make a difference in the world. Imagine a world where every child has access to quality education, where each of you can be anything you dream, starting from scientists to artists to presidents and everything you want. That's the world we are working towards, and each of you is part of making that happen. So, as we work together to make things better, remember this: your voices matter. Every time you speak up, you help create a world where all children can learn, grow, and feel safe. So I'm very excited to hear from you today, and pleased to know that I'm taking notes that we are not stopping here, but this is a journey of joint efforts to arrive to where you want. Thank you again to the government of Zimbabwe for hosting us in this beautiful location, and thank you to all for listening. And children, keep up your dreams. The sky is the limit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Regional Director for Eastern and Southern Africa representing UNICEF. Your Excellencies, it is now the time the children have been waiting for. You have been given what they wish, what they want, where they want to go, and it is my pleasure to invite responses from you, the leaders, our leaders. And I will start with the response from His Excellency, President of the Republic of Botswana, His Excellency, Advocate Duma Gideon Boko. Your Excellency, sir.
Please be seated. Oh, what a joy, what a blessing it is to be in the company of innocence, of brilliance, and of pure beauty in these children. Thank you so very much. Let me gratefully acknowledge and thank the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, President Emmerson Mnangagwa, for hosting us here today. Let me also acknowledge humbly and thank all the representatives of the countries that are part of this initiative and acknowledge them warmly. Thank and acknowledge the United Nations, acknowledge UNICEF, and thank you, every single one of you, individually and personally. Thank you so much. I sat there listening attentively to our children. They spoke eloquently. They spoke passionately. They spoke with astringent clarity. They placed before us all their demands, their expectations. They handed to us their pleas and their conjurations about the present, and they defined in no uncertain terms a future that is spectacularly different from what they are experiencing today. I heard them. I understood them. They spoke to me. They spoke to my heart. I must state here and now, I agree entirely with everything that you've said. I make the solemn pledge and commitment to you today that your demands, your aspirations shall be mine to embrace, mine to carry out together with you. I know you make these demands because you feel that we have fallen short. And indeed we have. We may have tried. Maybe you feel some exasperation that we did not try hard enough, or that we are not trying hard enough. I pledge to you today that we will intensify all efforts to meet and satisfy the demands, the expectations that you've placed before us today. And I hope that in doing so, you will be there with us. When I spoke with my president from Botswana, the young lady of such amazing eloquence, wondrous brilliance, I said to her, I will make myself available so that anytime she wants to engage with me, she wants to have a meeting with me, she wants to talk to me, I will avail myself. And to all of you, especially those from Botswana, you know, you always say it. I want you to say it even more loudly each time we meet. You must say, "That's my boy." Because I'm indeed your boy, ready to carry out these demands, these aspirations, ready to work with you. So thank you so much. Thank you very, very much.
I want to thank the President, His Excellency, the President of Botswana, for his remarks. May I now call upon the Honorable Deputy Prime Minister of the Republic of Namibia, Honorable John Mtorwa, to come and respond to the children's call. Honorable Deputy Prime Minister.
Thank you. Your Excellency, Dr. Emerson Dambudzo Mnangagwa, President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Your Excellency, Advocate Duma Gideon Boko, President of the Republic of Botswana, Your Excellency, Dr. Constantino Chiwenga, the Vice President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, my colleagues, the honorable ministers from their respective member states, as were introduced earlier on, Your Excellencies, members of the Diplomatic Corps, UNICEF Regional Director, and your colleagues, the UNDP Resident Coordinator and your colleagues, Your Excellencies, members of the Diplomatic Corps, distinguished invited guests, leaders of the children and all children of the member states and Africa at large. Your Excellency, President Mnangagwa, I would like to convey the sincere apologies of your colleague, Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, President of the Republic of Namibia, for his absence due to other business of state and government, including the party. We are having elections within 11 days from today, but he has duly delegated me to deliver his message at this very important gathering, and I'm going to present it verbatim. 4 years ago, leaders from Botswana, Namibia, Zambia, and Zimbabwe gathered in Kazungula under the theme, "A Better Future for Every Child." The world at that stage was wrestling with the profound impacts of COVID-19, which placed humanity at its greatest risk to date in the 21st century, bringing devastation and distress to the people worldwide, including obviously our children. At that time, Namibia made a solemn commitment to work hand in hand with our children to hear their voices, tackle the issues they face, and build a future that is bright and inclusive. Today, I'm proud to reflect on the journey we have undertaken together since then. Today, we stand here not just to commemorate World Children's Day, but to reaffirm our commitment to the rights, education, and well-being of every child in Namibia, in Southern Africa, and beyond. Namibia has taken specific steps to promote the welfare of children. We have prioritized inclusive and quality education. Our sector policy on inclusive education paves the way for all children in Namibia to participate in the education, including those children, those persons with disabilities and special needs. Last year, 2023, we proudly hosted the World Children's Day and took action to include the Washington Group's questions on disability in our census. This is a testament to Namibia's commitment to inclusivity and foresight in planning for the welfare of all members of our society. We have created platforms like the National Disability Forum, Children's Parliament, and the Junior National Council. These youth-driven bodies now advocate for disability rights, ensuring that every child has the opportunity to express their views and participate fully in society. Our commitment to quality education extends to digital connectivity. Since 2022, we have connected 1,964 out of the 2,004 schools to the internet, enabling digital learning across our country. Our partnership with local internet providers, along with UNICEF's support, are paving the way to reach every school by next year, the year 2025, with affordable and scalable internet for all. By then, it is our hope that we will also increase our investment in materials tailored for children with disabilities and work to eliminate societal stigma, creating a more inclusive environment for every learner. Leaders of the children, young leaders, ladies and gentlemen, we have heard your call, and Namibia has initiated a climate landscape analysis for children, where we include youth voices in data collection and advocacy, ensuring they play an integral part in shaping our climate policies. In July this year, our Children's Parliament debated extensively climate risks, emphasizing the need for climate education in our schools, especially in the area of renewable energy. This aligns with our ongoing education reforms to meet the 21st century's demands. With UNICEF support, we are also updating our climate policies to integrate the concerns of children and youth, ensuring they grow up in a Namibia which promotes environmental sustainability and resilience. The United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child, as we all know, calls on governments to put children's health and safety at the forefront of climate action. All of us, we know the impacts of climate change. They are felt most by those who are vulnerable and the most disadvantaged in society. Namibia's strategy is to engage children as agents of change, positive change. Thus, it is of utmost importance that we integrate their voices into laws and policies that address climate and environment. In 2 weeks' time, Namibia will join the world in observing the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. In this fight, we recognize the need to protect our most vulnerable, particularly women, girls, nowadays also the boy child. With UNICEF support again, we have established 17 gender-based violence protection units, including one specialized in combating online child exploitation. Our approach is holistic, encompassing our police, social workers, doctors, and the judiciary, who are all geared towards protecting children from online harm. Additionally, we have established children-friendly courts to ensure children can testify in a safe, supportive environment, reducing trauma and upholding justice for every young Namibian who has been a victim of violence and abuse. As we celebrate the 35th anniversary of the Convention on the Rights of the Child, we are reminded of the many challenges before us, from drought to climate change. Together, we can transform these challenges into opportunities to rebuild and reaffirm our commitment to children's rights. On this World Children's Day, Namibia celebrates the spirit of our children as they step forward, demanding their rights and shaping their own future. Together we are working for a world that is just, a world that is green, and a world that is aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals. On behalf of Namibia, the President speaking, still not this one, I pledge to listen to you, to walk alongside you, and to draw inspiration from your vision. I also pledge to work together with my fellow presidents, Mr. President Bumba again speaking, and other stakeholders towards creating a future worthy of your dreams. A future that promises better education, skills, and prosperity for every African child. So ends the statement of the President, and I did obtain his permission just to say the following in conclusion. And this is addressed to all the children here, in particular the leaders, the representatives of the respective countries. As a teacher myself, I would like to say, in the case of Namibia, for example, when you talk about rights, fundamental human rights, and fundamental freedoms, you go to Chapter 3 of the Namibian Constitution. And specifically the rights of the child, you go to Article 15 of that Constitution. And when it comes to educational rights, you go to Article 20. But rights by themselves sometimes do not solve problems. It is my position that rights must go hand in hand with responsibilities, with obligations, duties, and accountability. You are from various schools from your respective country. Your colleagues that you left in that school has entrusted you to come here, articulate the views on their behalf. And it is not enough just to articulate these views. It remains your responsibility to also, when you go back, to account to those who have entrusted you with the responsibility of articulating their views. Rights, therefore, there must be a fine balance with responsibilities and duties. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Prime Minister of Namibia. Namibia hosted us last year, and therefore we have allowed them to speak a little bit much longer so that they can give a report of what happened since last year. I implore that the following ministers representing their countries can possibly shorten their intervention in response to the children's demands. May I request the Minister of Gender, Community Development and Social Welfare of the Republic of Malawi to make a response. Honorable Minister, Madam.
Thank you, the Director of Ceremonies, Your Excellency Emerson Mnangagwa, President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Your Excellency Advocate Duma Gideon Boko, President of the Republic of Botswana, Your Honor, the Vice President of Zimbabwe, the Deputy Prime Minister of the Republic of Namibia, all ministers here present, the UN Resident Coordinator here present, Your Honor, Ms. Etriva Kadiri, UNICEF Regional Director for East and Southern Region, distinguished child delegates, Your Excellencies, Your Excellency, the Ambassador of Malawi in Zimbabwe, all esteemed representatives of international organizations and regional bodies here present, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellency, I bring to you warm greetings from His Excellency Dr. Lazarus Makafe Chakwera, President of the Republic of Malawi, when His Excellency the President delegated me to represent him at this unique and important function. He expressed the great commitment that his government has on matters of children. Your Excellency, in 2019, when we were commemorating the 30th anniversary of the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child, the President made commitments for promoting the rights and welfare of children in Malawi. The commitments are currently on track as we focus on long-term interventions and investments in human capital development as part of the Malawi Vision 2063. Your Excellency, as part of the human capital development enabler of the Malawi Vision 2063, the Malawi government has put more effort into ensuring equality and inclusive education. Education is an important catalyst for national development. We are greatly investing in early childhood development and education, basic and secondary school education. We realize that ensuring inclusive, relevant, quality education in Malawi is essential for the empowerment of every child and the sustainable development of our nation. In this regard, addressing barriers to education, enhancing curriculum relevance, and promoting equal access for all must be a continuous endeavor. This is one of the fundamental ways to unlock the potential of our young people and foster a generation that is adequately equipped to contribute meaningfully to society of the region. Your Excellency, our region has recently faced several natural disasters, and Malawi has not been spared. We have had cyclones, droughts affecting our country. These have harmed our efforts to ensure quality and inclusive education for all. During times of disasters, schools have been used as shelters, thereby disrupting the provision of educational services. Furthermore, food insecurity in the affected districts has worsened the problem, especially affecting children's school attendance and performance. While moving to address these challenges, the government of Malawi will continue to strengthen its efforts to ensure quality, inclusive, and relevant education for all. We commit to continue addressing barriers to education by ensuring adequate school infrastructure, teaching and learning materials, and deployment of personnel in the education sector. In conclusion, Your Excellencies, we resolve to continue addressing violence against children in all settings, including the school environment, so that children can grow and develop to their full potential. Thank you, Your Excellencies, and thank you for your kind attention.
I want to thank the Minister from Malawi. It is now my pleasure to request the Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security of the Republic of Zambia, Honorable who is coming now from Zambia. Unfortunately, I didn't get his name, Mwimbu. Thank you very much.
Your Excellency, the host president and president of the Republic of Zambia, of Zimbabwe, we are one, of Zimbabwe, Mr. Emmerson Mnangagwa, Your Excellency, President of the Republic of Botswana, Mr. Duma Gideon Boko, Your Excellencies, my dear colleagues, ministers representing various governments, all invited guests, local and from outside Zimbabwe, the media, our dear children, happy 2024 World Children's Day. I stand before you to convey a speech on behalf of His Excellency, President of the Republic of Zambia, Dr. Hakainde Hichilema. So these are his words. To begin with, I wish to appreciate the gesture by my brother, President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Mr. Mnangagwa, for the successful preparation to not only host this day, but to continue what as a region we have done for the past 3 years. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, our dear children, may I state that this is the 4th regional gathering to commemorate this day for our children. The first event was held at Kazungula in 2021. The second commemoration was held in Lusaka at Mulungushi International Conference Center in 2022. The third one was held in Namibia at Waves Bay in 2023. And this year, we are here in Zimbabwe. I'm exceptionally gratified that we are speedily growing in the collective intentions to recognize the uniqueness of a child and thus provide for our children the love and care which they need to better prepare for the future of our continent. In my own capacity as a guest president, I wish to share my happiness to be with our brothers from South Africa, Mozambique, Malawi, Zimbabwe, Mozambique, and Namibia. As we have always pointed out, a problem anywhere is a problem everywhere. Thus, if we want to see an Africa which is better than today, we must collectively redesign our formulae for our children and the care they need. Child protection and general child welfare. Fellow presidents, ladies and gentlemen, our dear children, it is gratifying and pleasing to see that a unique point of gathering to spice up the celebration of the opening of the Kazungula cross-border bridge has remained steady and flamboyantly growing to a regional body, all in our quest to give the best to our children. As I address you now, I can't help visualizing the day when the entire continent will be meeting somewhere in one of our beautiful countries, and children representatives from the entire continent will all be present to commemorate this day. I know without doubt that this day will come, and this will be the first step to a multiplied effort in the preparation of this continent, to initiate and create that which will ensure that there is equality to the demands of a new age. Our desire, our children, I wish to assure you that is the desire of every president seated here, that we give you the very best and holistic provision in your growing up time, we dream of abilities better than ours, innovations that will be excellent to meet the dynamics of the 21st century and beyond. Governments that will not only administer national issues for the current, but for every generation yet to come. We want you to grow up and build your own roads, produce your own drugs, make your own planes, fly them, mine your own minerals and process them. Print for your own money, produce what you need, and run education systems that will be answers to your own questions. How we want you to run mature politics and stable families, and by far better than we have ever done. Your responsibilities, dear children, we call upon you to be children and do one thing at a time. Education is what this world spins on and has only harmed those who choose to abuse it. Give it your whole self. Give it your time. Listen when we talk and do when we say so. Our dear children, the world has always been busy with all types of changes. These changes have always been both good and bad. We call upon you to make sustainable choices, constructive choices, realistic choices. Every day you have the entire ocean of activities and happenings to choose for. Make choices that will make a positive bearing into your tomorrow. This is socially, economically, spatially, physically, and internationally to a large extent. Do not do things because your friend is doing it. Do not do anything because the TV is showing it. Choose to do anything that has value to your future. Be careful and be guided. Our commitment as presidents, dear children, we as presidents meeting here today, we commit to making your environments not only safe, but conducive for your productive growing. We commit to giving you, within our best abilities, meaningful services to support your physical, spiritual, physical, and emotional well-being. We commit to be parents that will care, protect, and guide you correctly. We commit to be the God-fearing parents that the Creator instructs us and expect us to be what we are supposed to be. We commit to be with you all the way. We commit to listen to you and guide your actions, thoughts, and words. We commit to be your parents. This we shall do. Today we have heard the issues that have been raised by our children. As Zambia, and on behalf of my president, I wish to commit the government of the Republic of Zambia to ensure that those issues that have been raised by our children are addressed. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Honorable Jack Mwimbu, the Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security of the Republic of Zambia. It is now my pleasure to invite the Minister of Gender, Children and Social Welfare, Honorable Lucas Mangreze, from the Republic of Mozambique. Please, you have the podium. And again, while the children from Mozambique, they have been listening through simultaneous interpretation with their earphones, we now need interpretation for all of us who don't understand Portuguese, so I'll call upon the interpreter to come.
Sua Excelência Emerson Mnangagwa, Presidente da República do Zimbábue, Sua Excelência Doma Gideon Boko, Presidente da República do Botsuana, Excelências, representantes dos governos dos países da região da SADC, distintos representantes das organizações internacionais, distintos convidados, meninas e meninos, minhas senhoras e meus senhores.
His Excellency, the President of Zimbabwe, Emmerson Mnangagwa, His Excellency, the President of Botswana, Duma Gideon Boko, the representatives of the countries of the region, the representatives of the international organizations, boys and girls, distinguished guests.
Antes de mais, permitam-me que, em nome de Sua Excelência Filipe Jacinto Nyusi, Presidente da República de Moçambique e do povo moçambicano, saúde a Sua Excelência Emmerson Mnangagwa, Presidente da República do Zimbábue, e as Suas Excelências, os chefes de Estado e de Governo, e a todos os presentes neste evento de comemoração regional do Dia Mundial da Criança.
Before all, allow me to, in the name of His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Mozambique, Felipe Jacinto Nyusi, and of the people of Mozambique, recognize the presence of His Excellency President Emmerson Mnangagwa, the President of Zimbabwe, and the other presidents of the countries of the regions for this celebration of the World's Children's Day.
Saúdo de forma especial as crianças aqui presentes, a todas as crianças zimbabueanas, africanas e do mundo, principais beneficiários da Convenção sobre os Direitos da Criança, um instrumento de grande importância para a criação das condições necessárias para a sobrevivência, proteção e desenvolvimento das crianças de todo o mundo.
I especially greet all the children here present who are the main beneficiary of this event where we celebrate the survival, the protection of all the children.
A presença de crianças e adultos de vários quadrantes demonstra que a proteção dos direitos da criança é uma responsabilidade de todos.
The protection of children's right is the responsibility of all of us, adults.
Com a vossa permissão, vossas excelências, queria aqui destacar a presença de 5 crianças moçambicanas neste evento.
With your permission, Excellencies, I would like to highlight the presence of 5 Mozambican children.
Excelência, minhas senhoras e meus senhores, o governo de Moçambique sempre priorizou a promoção e proteção dos direitos da criança como condição para o desenvolvimento do país.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the government of Mozambique has always prioritized the protection of children's right as one of the key points of the human development of our country.
É neste contexto que em 1979, no âmbito das comemorações do Ano Internacional da Criança, Moçambique aprovou a Declaração dos Direitos da Criança moçambicana e, em 1990, ratificou a Convenção Internacional sobre os Direitos da Criança e, em 1998, ratificou os protocolos opcionais à Convenção relativa à venda de crianças, à prostituição infantil e à pornografia infantil e o uso de crianças como soldados, demonstrando deste modo o compromisso em relação ao seu bem-estar.
Mozambique has approved several instruments with regards to child protection, as to prove its commitment with children's well-being. In 1979, Mozambique ratified the Convention on Children's Rights. In 1990, Mozambique approved the commemoration or the celebration of the Day on Children's Rights.
O compromisso para com os direitos da criança foi também expresso pela ratificação da Carta Africana sobre os Direitos e Bem-Estar da Criança, da Convenção Internacional sobre os Direitos das Pessoas com Deficiência e o Protocolo à Carta Africana sobre os Direitos Humanos e dos Povos relativos aos direitos da pessoa com deficiência e de outros instrumentos.
In line with Mozambique's commitment, the country approved the African Union Charter on the Right of Children, approved as well the International Convention on Children with Disability and the International Protocol on the Rights of People and especially people with disability.
O nosso país aprovou vários instrumentos de proteção à criança, destacando-se as leis da família, sobre a promoção e proteção dos direitos da criança, sobre a prevenção e combate ao tráfico de pessoas. O nosso país aprovou, vários instrumentos de proteção à criança, destacando-se as leis da família sobre a promoção e proteção dos direitos da criança, sobre a prevenção e combate ao tráfico de pessoas, especialmente mulheres e crianças, de prevenção e combate às uniões prematuras, promoção e proteção dos direitos da pessoa com deficiência, entre outros instrumentos. Igualmente, aprovou as estratégias e planos específicos sobre a proteção da criança.
Mozambique has approved various legislations, including the Family Law on Child Protection, the Law on the Prevention and Combating on Human Trafficking, especially women and children, as well the law on combating early marriage,
O governo, com a participação das organizações da sociedade civil e com colaboração dos parceiros, tem estado a realizar ações que resultam na expansão do acesso ao registro de nascimento, do acesso das crianças de ambos os sexos a nível do ensino básico e secundário e assistência social aos agregados familiares vivendo em situação de vulnerabilidade.
In partnership with the civil society organizations, the government of Mozambique has improved the access to registration, the access to basic education to both boy child and girl child, as well as the assistance to childs with less possibilities.
Apostamos na divulgação dos direitos e deveres da criança a nível das comunidades e instituições e a integração dos direitos da criança nos currícula do ensino e nos livros oficiais do Sistema Nacional de Educação para garantir que as crianças conheçam os seus direitos.
We work or prioritize awareness raising on the rights of children in the communities within our national education systems as to allow children to be aware of their rights.
Igualmente, implementamos programas que promovem a preservação do meio ambiente de modo a minimizar os efeitos das mudanças climáticas.
We also promote actions towards the protection of the environment to counter climate change.
Minhas senhoras e meus senhores, o governo de Moçambique assume que a inclusão social da criança é uma responsabilidade de todos.
Ladies and gentlemen, the government of Mozambique assumes child protection and inclusion as the responsibility of all.
Neste processo, prestamos atenção às necessidades específicas das crianças vivendo em situação de vulnerabilidade e com deficiência.
In this context, we call your attention or special attention to children living in vulnerability, especially those with disability.
Apostamos na realização de várias ações diferentes em diferentes áreas e temos vindo a alcançar progressos na prestação de assistência médica e medicamentosa, incluindo os serviços de medicina física e reabilitação, a prestação de assistência social e garantia do acesso à educação nos vários níveis, incluindo através do ensino inclusivo e especial.
We took actions towards providing health care to children, specifically on physical rehabilitation. We took actions as well towards improving access to education, especially to children with special needs.
Assim, Moçambique tem vindo a formar e capacitar técnicos dos vários setores sobre diversas matérias, incluindo língua de sinais, de modo a permitir maior acesso aos serviços e atendimento às necessidades específicas de cada criança.
Thus, Mozambique has been taking actions towards providing training on different fields, specifically on sign languages, as to allow children with special needs to be treated.
Estes esforços demonstram o compromisso de Moçambique na promoção e proteção dos direitos de todas as crianças, sem qualquer tipo de discriminação, na melhoria das condições para o seu bem-estar.
This way, Mozambique has been increasing its efforts as to promote and protect the rights of the children, as not with no discrimination, as to improve their well-being.
No entanto, temos a consciência que ainda há desafios para que todas as crianças gozem plenamente dos seus direitos. Por isso, apostamos na sensibilização da sociedade através de programas nos meios de comunicação social, palestras, uso de tecnologia de informação para que os direitos da criança sejam conhecidos e respeitados.
We are aware that despite all this effort, there are still some challenges. That's why we focus on awareness raising in the communities through social media and the use of communication and information technologies and workshops.
Temos o desafio de expandir o acesso das crianças aos serviços sociais básicos inclusivos, eliminar progressivamente a pobreza, violência, negligência, trabalho infantil e uniões prematuras.
We have challenges with the expansion of social services to children, poverty, violence, and child labor.
Excelências, minhas senhoras, meus senhores, queridos meninas e queridas meninas, hoje celebramos os ganhos obtidos com a implementação da Convenção sobre os Direitos da Criança, reconhecendo a necessidade de reforçar a intervenção ajustada à realidade de cada país e a coordenação entre os governos, organizações da sociedade civil e dos parceiros de cooperação.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, today we celebrate the World Children's Day together with the Convention on the Rights of Children, with the challenge as to adjust our efforts to the particularities of our countries.
Assim, reafirmamos o compromisso de Moçambique de tudo fazer para assegurar a sobrevivência, proteção e desenvolvimento de todas as crianças.
This way, we reassure the commitment of Mozambique as to guarantee the survival, protection, and development of all children.
Por último, reiteramos as saudações aos governos do país, da região, portanto, aos governos dos países da região, pelos esforços realizados para a estabilidade dos nossos países, rumo ao desenvolvimento da região e à construção de uma África melhor para as crianças, que são a nossa esperança de um futuro risonho.
This way, I want to reassure and salute the country, the region, on their commitment as to stability, development, and a better Africa for every children, as they are our hope.
Pela vossa atenção, excelências, muito obrigado.
Excellencies, thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. May I have the last response from the Republic of South Africa by Mr. Chavalala? You have the floor. He is responsible for social protection of children in the Republic of South Africa.
Your Excellencies, the President of Zimbabwe, the President of Botswana, the Deputy President of Zimbabwe, Prime Minister from Namibia, all honorable members, UNICEF coordinator, the UN coordinator, my apologies, the UNICEF regional director, traditional leaders, our future leaders who are children, all protocol observed. I just want to convey an apology from our President, from the Republic of South Africa, President Cyril Ramaphosa, and our Minister, Minister Tolashe, Minister of the Department of Social Development. I just want to check if we are still around here. Let me check. Botswana halala, Botswana halala. I can't hear Botswana very well. Halala, Malawi halala. Halala, Mozambique halala. Halala, Namibia halala. Halala, Zambia halala. Halala, Mzansi halala. Halala, the host, Zimbabwe halala. We can feel the warmth. Thank you very much. Program Director, I can assure you I'm not going to even spend 3 minutes. You know, in our language, and I don't know if you'll understand, somebody will have to interpret this. I think our colleagues from Botswana will understand. Mojamorao ke kgosi, meaning who gets the plate last is the king. So in terms of these responses, I'm the last. Let me quickly share that in 1995, South Africa, under the leadership of the first democratically elected president, whom is internationally known, the late Tata Nelson Mandela, South Africa ratified the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child. And of course, 5 years later, on the 7th of January 2000, South Africa further ratified what we call the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child. And it's important to mention that our late Mandela played a leading role to ensure children's rights are secured and protected. And Your Excellencies, I think, allow me to mention that it is befitting to pay homage to the legacy of Utata. We had named a child participation program that is called the Nelson Mandela Children's Parliament, which is currently being strengthened, and we are looking forward to learn from other countries. In this case, this regional celebration, it's a blessing in disguise for us because we are busy with a child participation program. Yesterday, as we were interacting with the boys, because I was in the session that boys were deliberating, I had learned that many of the countries participating here have got very good models of child participation. And as a person who is responsible for children's rights in the country, I'm looking forward beyond this celebration to make sure that we interact, we learn from each other. And of course, child participation for us is important because they normally tell us back home that you as adults, you've tried your best, you tried to come up with solutions, but allow us to talk amongst ourselves and of course talk to you. We will bring solutions. And I think that is very much overwhelming to hear from them. Not that we have failed, but I think we have been in a culture where we've been doing things without our children. That is why they tell us, nothing for us without us. And I think the children who are gathered here will agree with me. And we are moving in the right direction with regard to this platform. And it's not necessarily for the celebration only. It must be something that is strengthened beyond the celebration. So we are so excited about being invited to be part of this program. And of course, you will appreciate to learn that we've got, memorandums of understandings with countries like Zimbabwe, Mozambique, Lesotho, and Botswana, and many others. So we are very happy that I think we are moving in the right direction, and then we will do the best in ensuring that we heighten protection and promotion of children's rights in our region. And I normally argue that if we can come together, we can come with good models such as the child participation that will be modeling the whole continent, let alone globally. You may not be aware that we are very powerful in terms of ensuring child participation, globally. I once happened to be part of the global conference on the elimination of child labor, which was hosted by South Africa for the very first time in Africa. It happened, I think, a year or two ago. It happened in the KwaZulu-Natal province, Durban. So I realized, because I was chairing those proceedings, that in Africa we've got very good models that has to do with child participation. So we must just ensure that we continue doing the good work in that regard. We are currently reviewing what we call the National Plan of Action for Children, and this came up as a result of us having ratified the two treaties, that is the UNCRC and the African Charter. And this is a tool to realize the aspirations of the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child. And I must really use this opportunity to acknowledge the support that UNICEF back in South Africa is giving continuously. And we appreciate the leadership of the country rep, Madam Christine Muigana, and her team. We are very excited and we really appreciate the work that you are doing with us. I think in conclusion, it's important to give this quotation that was said by one of our leaders back home, who used to be in the African National Congress, Oliver Tambo. He once said, and I quote, I open quote, "A nation that does not value its children does not deserve a future," unquote. And I think this statement is very loaded. Thank you very much.
Windy, hello.
Hello. My name is Denise J. Mudau, and I am the Junior Minister of State of Bulawayo. Everybody from Zimbabwe, say hello. Zambia, let's say hello. Mozambique. Namibia. South Africa. Botswana. So, we've noticed that you've been seated for a while, so would like for you to stand up and stretch where you are. So to make it interesting, we'll have a very short performance by our band. Thank you.
Yes. Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Everyone say hello. I want to say it is I'm doing like hello. Like hello. Hello. You're wonderful, I love you. This is Zimbabwe Presence and Correctional Service Mind.
Malawi, I did not forget you. Hello, Malawi. Ngri. Hello. May we now please take our seats? Thank you.
Thank you, my co-director, the Minister of State for Provincial Affairs and Devolution, Junior one for Bulawayo Province, Madau. Your Excellency, President of the Republic of Botswana, Advocate Duma Boko, Honorable Vice President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Dr. C.G.D.N. Chiwenga, Honorable Deputy Prime Minister of the Republic of Namibia, Honorable John Mtorwa, Honorable Ministers who have represented countries in the region who are participating here, the President of the National Chiefs Council, Senator Chief Mchane Kumalo, Your Excellencies, representatives of the UN system, Your Excellencies, ambassadors accredited to Zimbabwe, and all those who are here. May I now request that all the children sit in your places and attend to the next program in silence, but you are free to appreciate where you need to. May I request the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Dr. Emerson Dambudzo Mnangagwa, to give a message of hope on behalf not only the children of Zimbabwe, but on behalf of the children attending this and on behalf of the children of these 7 countries that are gathered here. Your Excellency, sir.
Pray, be seated. Your Excellency, dear brother, the President of the Republic of Botswana, Advocate Boko, in absentia, His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zambia, His Excellency Chilema. In absentia, the President of the Republic of Namibia, as represented by the Deputy Prime Minister, Honorable J. Mtorwa. Representative of heads of state and government of the Republic of Malawi, the Republic of Mozambique, and the Republic of South Africa. In absentia, the First Lady of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Dr. Amai Mnangagwa. The Vice President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Honorable General Retired Dr. C.D.G.N. Chiwenga. The Minister of State for Provincial Affairs and Devolution, Matabeleland North Province, Honorable Richard Moyo. The Minister of Public Service, Labor and Social Welfare of the Republic of Zimbabwe, J.G. Moyo. Other honorable ministers and deputy ministers who are here, and distinguished visitors who have graced this occasion. The Chief Secretary to the President Cabinet, Dr. Martin Rushwaya. But most importantly, you, the young children who are assembled here, I greet you. On 20th November each year, the world unites to recognize World Children's Day, which commemorates the adoption of the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child. This day is a powerful reminder of our collective responsibility to uphold the rights and welfare of our children across our continent. Zimbabwe is particularly honored to host these celebrations today here at the scenic city of the majestic Victoria Falls. I need to explain why we call it the majestic Victoria Falls. Actually, its actual name is Mosiotunya. That's the correct name. However, when some visitor came to our country from England, he could not pronounce Mosiotunya. He then named our Mosiotunya the name of his queen, Victoria Falls. So today, when you say, come to Zimbabwe and see Mosiotunya, very few people come. But when you say, come to Zimbabwe and see the Victoria Falls, many people come. I wish to warmly welcome you all, children and leaders, as we celebrate with you, our children, the 2024 Regional World Children's Day. Special greetings are extended to fellow SADC countries who are participating in this event for the first time. Congratulations, comrades. Your presence today signifies the long-standing excellent fraternal relations and solidarity within our region, cutting across all spheres of life. We have heard from a broader cross-section of voices of our children as they presented their views, perspectives, and recommendations. And this must be consolidated in their call for action. To my dear colleague, His Excellency Advocate Duma Gideon Boko, we are extremely delighted to have you with us, my dear brother. I also wish to once again congratulate you on your election to the esteemed office of President to your great country, the Republic of Botswana. Congratulations. Today's gathering is a testament to our shared dedication to children's rights and their right to participate in decisions that affect their lives. My dear citizens of the region, this weekend has seen our children exposed to new experiences and the opportunity to engage in a life-changing dialogue on crucial issues that affect their future. The children's voices on aspects to do with quality education, inclusivity, protection of their rights, as well as climate change, must never be silenced. As we engage within our communities, schools, and indeed at this level, we must always remain alive to our rich African heritage and the aspirations of our respective nations and the continent as a whole. I call upon you, our children, to be proud of your African identity and belonging to the Southern African region. That cannot change. Always know that although you come from different countries within the SADC region, we are all one, united people with a shared history, which is cemented by the liberation struggles that brought about independence and the freedom we enjoy today. We have a common future as we strive for sustainable economic growth, industrialization, modernization, as well as peace and security, social justice, and freedom in our region. The theme for this year's celebrations, and I quote, educate and skill the African child for posterity, end of quote, dovetails with the African Union's declaration of 2024 as the year of education. Focus is on educating an African fit for the 21st century. To achieve this, it is critically important that we scale up the establishment of resilient education systems with increased access to inclusive, lifelong, quality, and relevant learning for the children and young people of our continent, Africa. This noble aspiration entails that all of us, leaders and stakeholders alike, have an obligation to empower our children and young people with heritage-based knowledge and skills they will need to realize the Africa we all want. I wish to appreciate the partnership between UNICEF and other United Nations agencies, as well as our respective governments, in promoting dialogue. Our coordinated concerted efforts create an enabling environment that will undoubtedly result in children and young people of Africa who are fit for the future. You may recall that during last year's celebrations held in Namibia, the children presented a call to action which amplified calls on the need for us to improve the quality and content of education in a rapidly evolving world. It is my sincere hope that we are implementing some of their perspectives and critical issues they raised within our national programs. Ladies and gentlemen, comrades and friends, and the children of our region, in the SADC region, most issues affecting children are cross-cutting. We need to strengthen instruments on child protection in order to address gaps and set specific, measurable targets to achieve greater results. SADC stakeholders are challenged to broaden mechanisms for collaborating around transboundary matters affecting our children. Considerations must be made to establish a SADC protocol on children's rights to strengthen instruments on child protection. On its part, Zimbabwe remains committed to enhancing the rights of children, specifically with regards to education. All children have a right to be in school despite their location, their race, parental status, disability, and gender, among others. We have transitioned to Education 5.0, which nurtures creativity, critical thinking, and entrepreneurship, encouraged by science, technology, and innovation. Education assistance is provided to vulnerable children, including those with disabilities and orphans. This is a must. In the aftermath of the El Nino-induced drought, government launched a school feeding program in all our schools, both rural and urban areas, where communities were at risk of food and nutrition insecurity. Government provides. Civil society organizations and community-based groups, including the Angel of Hope Foundation, whose patron is the First Lady of Zimbabwe, Dr. Auxilia Mnangagwa, have proved invaluable partners in our quest to meet the needs of our children and guarantee their moral upbringing, Ubuntu. As we scale up activities guided by this year's theme, our children must be taught that a country is built, a country is governed, a country is prayed for by its people. You cannot ask other people to build your country. You cannot ask other people to govern your country. You cannot ask other people to pray for your country. You build, pray for your country yourselves. You, our children, must grow up knowing that you have the duty to build. You have a duty to develop and industrialize your countries, our SADC region, the continent, and finally the world at large. The burden is upon ourselves, is upon you. Never, never, never look down upon yourselves. You are masters of your own destiny. You are well able to stand shoulder to shoulder with any other children from across the world. Never look down upon yourselves. This is the kind of mindset that must take root within you for posterity. Be proud of who you are. Arts, culture, and heritage, along with our unique natural resources and tourism endowments, are critical parts of our identity as a people. These possess a remarkable ability to foster inclusive societies, enhance economic development, and propel social transformation. Let us, therefore, promote and consume our unique products as a people. Let us be proud of who we are, our own image. By the same token, we call upon you, our children, to participate and excel in a wide array of sporting disciplines, both competitively and as a recreation. Us, your leaders and stakeholders, equally recognize the importance of accessible and affordable health services to you, our children. Access to safe, reliable, potable water is a priority that will undoubtedly enhance the quality of life of our children, yourselves. More so, in the wake of climate change-induced droughts and natural disasters, in the case of Zimbabwe, we launched the Presidential Bore Drilling Scheme, which aims to drill bores in each of the country's 35,000 villages and over 10,000 schools to mitigate climate change, while also promoting rural development and industrialization. This duty squarely falls upon ourselves. My government has established victim-friendly units and child-friendly courts to promote access to justice by our children. This has seen the launch of the pre-trial diversion program for children who are in conflict with the law. My dear esteemed delegates, Zimbabwe is progressively strengthening refugee protection. At the 2023 Global Refugee Forum my government pledged to support the Global Compact on Refugees. To this end, over 16,000 refugees and asylum seekers, including children, are being provided for with protection and the basic social services in Zimbabwe. Furthermore, we have put in place measures to prevent instances of statelessness, particularly for refugees whose rights to identity are upheld through the facilitation of birth registration to ensure access to services as espoused by our Constitution. Regrettably, however, the scourge of drug and substance abuse continues to threaten the future and education of our children and our youth. It is now urgent that this matter be addressed at a regional level through a whole of government society approach targeting supply routes and supply chains. Our security services and the border officials are urged to do more to fight this heinous societal ill, which is threatening the peace, security, and sovereignty of our countries. Ladies and gentlemen, and our children gathered here, in conclusion, I urge all of us to recommit to availing resources towards child-focused initiatives in line with the appeals of our children in their call to action, bearing in mind that children are the future leaders of our respective countries. Let us remember that investing in our children is investing in our future. By empowering them, we empower the world and create a better future for all. To you, our children, I sincerely thank you all for coming to this event here in Zimbabwe and here at Victoria Falls. I trust that you will go back to your respective countries and communities with warm memories of your visit to the majestic Monsieur Tunya, the smoke that thunders, which the British call the Victoria Falls. Long live SADC solidarity. Long live our children. God bless you all. I thank you.
Everybody, touch your shoulders, touch your knees, touch your head. What is on your head? What is on your head? Take off your hat, your cap, and wave.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Let's now be quiet. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We have seen your heads, nice ones. Let's be quiet for just a few minutes. Your Excellency, before your speech, you had given me some good news, and my co-partner is holding those good news. She is my co-director, Mdau. The president has offered each delegation some money, from each of the countries. So I'm going to request those who are sitting with their leaders to come and receive the amounts of money that they have been given, and each, I will announce when you get it. I will start with Botswana. The representative of Botswana is the junior president of Botswana. I will make Aaron to come and receive $7,000 from the president. Thank you. From Namibia, Jane Piri. She is the speaker, the junior speaker of parliament of Namibia, to receive 7,000. From Zambia, Abel Kamanga. He is the representative of the delegation of children from Zambia to receive $7,000. From Mozambique, Derek Viega is a representative of the children from Mozambique. Derek. Very good, very good. Thank you. From South Africa is the representative of the children from South Africa. Busisiwe Pakati, you are receiving 7,000. And finally, the junior president of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Pius Landile Leah, 7,000. I want to thank you. You can. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Dr. E.D. Mnangagwa, Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Botswana, Advocate Duma Boko, Honorable Vice President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Dr. C.G.N. Chiwenga, the Deputy Prime Minister of the Republic of Namibia, and all protocols observed. Honorable Vice President, it is my singular duty to call upon you to give a vote of thanks to all those who are gathered here. Vice President said.
the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, His Excellency Comrade Dr. Emerson Dambudzo Mnangagwa, President of the Republic of Botswana, His Excellency Advocate Duma Gideon Boko, Deputy Prime Minister of the Republic of Namibia, Honorable John Mtorwa, Honorable Ministers representing heads of state and governments of the republics of Mozambique, Malawi, South Africa, and Zambia. Minister of State for Provincial Affairs and Devolution Matabele North Province, Honorable Richard Moyo. Minister of Public Service, Labor and Social Welfare, Honorable July Moyo, and other honorable ministers here present. Chief Secretary to the President and Cabinet, Dr. Martin Rushwaya. Senior government officials, President of the National Council of Chiefs, Honorable Senator Mchane Kumaro, and other chiefs here present. Regional Director of the United Nations Children's Fund, Miss Etleva Kadiri, and United Nations Resident Coordinator in Zimbabwe, Mr. Edward Callon. Our children, distinguished guests, a very good afternoon to you all. As we come to the close of this memorable day, it is with immense gratitude that I stand before you to extend our heartfelt thanks to all who have contributed to the success of today's Regional World Children's Day commemorations. Our day started off with an inspiring children's march from Chinotimba ranked to the Victoria Falls Central Business District, which was a powerful symbol of unity, advocacy, and our collective commitment to the well-being and future of the African child. To the children who participated, your energy, enthusiasm, and voices have set the tone for today's event. And we are proud to have shared your joy and passion. Thank you for being powerful advocates of children's rights and for showing the world the depth of your potential. Well done. My deepest appreciation goes to His Excellency Comrade Dr. Emerson Dambudzo Mnangagwa, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, for his inspiring message of hope and for the symbolic passing of the World Children's Children's Day Torch of Hope, which is going to happen soon. Your leadership, Your Excellency, and steadfast commitment to the future of our children resonates deeply with us all. Your Excellency, your leadership has been vital in promoting policies that prioritize the rights and well-being, education and health of our children. These policies have been tailor-made to improve access to quality education, health care and social services that leaves no one and no place behind. You have demonstrated a deep understanding of the challenges facing children today, and for that we are grateful, Your Excellency. Your Excellencies, heads of states and government, ambassadors, and representatives from the 7 countries, allow me to express our heartfelt appreciation to you for your thoughtful reflections on the call for action from the children today and the support you are giving to children in your countries. Your support today has indeed brought invaluable perspectives on the need for us to renew our dedication to providing children across the continent with the education and skills they need to thrive. Our sincere appreciation goes to the honorable ministers, distinguished invited dignitaries, government officials, and parents who have graced this occasion. Your commitment to the education and empowerment of the African child is evident in your actions. And we thank you for your leadership, guidance, and support. Let me extend our gratitude to the United Nations Children's Fund for their support, which is instrumental in advancing child rights across our region. Our heartfelt thanks to all performers for their entertaining musical contribution, which brought excitement and hope for Africa's children. To everyone who made this day possible, from the organizers and to the volunteers, I say thank you and well done. Your efforts have brought us together in celebration of the potential that each child holds and the transformative power of education and skills. Indeed, some scholars have opined that education and skills is one greatest tool that, with which the downtrodden can escape their unpleasant current situation, and also a tool with which national economies can achieve their targets. Ladies and gentlemen, it is critical that the work which we have started today should be continued daily for posterity. We have committed ourselves to the cause of educating and empowering the African child for a prosperous future. Let us remember that each child is not just our future, but our present. Their dreams, voices, needs, and potential must be at the forefront of our work. As we close the day, we await the symbolic lightening of the blue lights at the Victoria Falls Bridge, which will be done later this evening. Once again, thank you all for your time, support, and dedication to this noble cause. Let us continue to stand together, united in our determination to educate and skill the African child for a brighter and better tomorrow. I thank you, Tarumba, Siabonga, Zikom, Taten.
Thank you, Honorable Vice President. As we move on, I want to apologize for omitting Malawi. And the reason is very simple. When I read Jane Piri from Namibia, in my head, Jane Piri is Malawian. But today, the speaker, the junior speaker from Malawi, Esther Dumbo, is leading the Malawi delegation, and she will receive the 7,000 from HE, the President Emerson Dambudzo Mnangagwa. I apologize. Okay. Moving on, Your Excellencies, we want now to witness the passing over of the World Children's Day Torch of Hope by Lakmo Magaya and Peter Peace Chokubanyanga to His Excellency the President. The two will pass on the torch. But before they do that, I want Mdau to read the citation about the choice of these two children who are passing on the torch.
It really is nice to be here as we celebrate the bravery of these two children. Their status is living, and their category of celebration is bravery. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Comrade Dr. Emerson Dambudzo Mnangagwa, in terms of Section 3, Subsection 1 of Warrant 6 of 1981, as published in Statutory Instrument 677 of 1981. You awarded Peace Chikuvanyanga and Blackmore Magaya the honor of the Silver Cross of Zimbabwe. The two, who are aged 12 and 9, rescued their guardian, Blantina Magaya, from a crocodile attack in Yezi River on the 16th of November 2024. Upon realizing that there was a crocodile attack, people around fled from the scene whilst the woman wrestled alone with the reptile. She avoided drowning by using her hands to hold the upper jaw to prevent it from clasping down on her leg. It is at this point, Your Excellencies, that the siblings then rushed to assist their guardian by extending a log to her to hold on to as they pulled her out. But they were overpowered by the crocodile. Resultantly, the younger sister fell into the river. While still holding on to the log, the elder brother discovered a wire that was partly buried in the ground and got hold of it. He extended it to the woman, who held onto it as an anchor. Meanwhile, the sister, now in the water, placed her foot on the crocodile's mouth and got a stick with which she used to gouge at the reptile's eyes. The crocodile relented and drifted away, leaving the siblings to pull their guardian out of the river and called out for help. Your Excellency, I have the honor and privilege to present before you the two siblings whom have since been honored to present the Torch of Hope, which you will hand over to the next host country of the 5th edition of the Regional World Children's Day commemorations in 2025, the Republic of Botswana, and I thank you.
Yeah.
Let us acknowledge this memorable moment by waving our caps in appreciation of the hard work, the bravery that these two children have shown on, and the continuation of the celebration of World Children's Day.
Thank you, Dao. This ceremony of handing over marks the end of the first part of our celebrations of today. In the evening, as the Honorable Vice President has already indicated, the 470 children from all the provinces of Zimbabwe and the 6 countries that have visited us will now witness the lighting of the blue flame of hope that will be lit and officiated by Honorable Vice President CGDN Chiwenga at 7 o'clock in the evening. And those who want to participate, apart from these children, you are requested not to be at that place because it's limited. That's why we only have these 470 children. The rest of you who are still in Victoria Falls can watch from wherever you are, but most likely on television. Your Excellency, as we come to the end, we request those who have been given cards for the luncheon that you are hosting to quickly go to Elephant Hills and be seated so that the presidents and the dignitaries who are here can join you. Your Excellency, I like to say this ceremony is officially ending right now for this session, and we reopen in the evening. I thank you.
As His Excellency is leaving, may we please have a bit of a song from the DJ?
And we are back. Celebrations still in order, Bengani.
Akuqhubekela phambili kulokukholisa lokujabula ngemva kokuthi umongameli welizwe uKhomanda Emmerson Mnangagwa ukhulumile ngokuqakatheka kwelanga leli. Untungameli woshango uKhomanda Emmerson Mnangagwa balebelekazi nozunji beboka akale makubungano amwe anoshingira pamwe mphera ne hulumende eZimbabwe belebeleka United Nations belebeleka ne UNICEF balebeleka ne Angel of Hope Foundation kuti ino bunch akushingira palomwe mphera balebeleka akale beti ibo sungwaja bana yaba kuti ishango ilo linobakwa nebene balo ilizwe lakhiwa ngabanikazi balo ukhuthaze abantwana akhiem umongameli welizwe leZimbabwe.
And that is very true, Bengani. All the 7 states represented here did come through, the children did come through and share their thoughts and what they would like to see happen in the next year until 2025. So what has happened also is our presidents have come through and the states represented come through and also addressed these concerns that the children have had. And also His Excellency the President did come through as well and talked and shared his shared dedication to the children, where he says, let us empower young children and let us reinforce child protection.
Yeah, ukhulumile njalo umongameli wakwele Botswana Advocate Gideon Dumapoko wakhuluma laye esithi yena uzimisele ukuthi izikhalazo zabantwana uzazithatha. Ukhulumile wathi ngingumfana wenu, I'm your boy, uzabanika isikhathi abantwana ukuthi babuye nxa bele izikhalazo. Kim konke lokho kuvezile ukuzinikela zoseyozo kuzuphila kwathi abuthungamili babeli yopano bele kakale ukuthi balozupila ukuthi bejajikije zose zinowanika. Ukhulumile njalo ngokutholiswa kwemfundo yohlonzi lwaphezulu ehambelanayo Kim le ndikimba yanamhlanje ekhuluma njalo ngekuthi educate and give skill to the African child for posterity.
Definitely, that is so. Tawana, back to you.
Sabo.
All right, the World Children's Day 2024, and I'm sure that you did enjoy just watching, and I'm sure those people were there just enjoyed as much, and it was a pleasure just being with you throughout this day as we were just showing you the proceedings that were happening at Balbo Primary School in Victoria Falls, and just going back to some of the issues that the President touched. But before you go there, I should say I was really inspired just looking at how these children would just bring the issues onto the table, and then the President and representatives from different countries just came to address some of those issues, and they promised that all of those issues are going to be looked into. And now jumping on to the speech of the President, His Excellency Comrade Emazondambuzo Mnangagwa, he just talked about how, you know, things like climate change are being looked into by the young children, which is so amazing, by the way, because the children are now thinking about their future, which is why they're considering things like climate change. And one of the highlights for me was the part where he said, be proud of your African identity as we work towards sustainable development, which means that as long as you're African, wherever you are and wherever you go, you should carry that identity and be proud of yourself and never look down on yourself, because you are masters of your own destiny. And the issue of drug and substance abuse, which is more like a pandemic, as I had said earlier on, which is a war that we are fighting, and we are just praying that we will win this war, and you should be there for the next person, and we are saying no to drug and substance abuse. And last but not least, from what the President just highlighted, he said, you build and pray for your country yourself. No one is going to pray for your country. You are going to have to do it yourself. And speaking of praying for your country, I'm pleased to also just let you know that I'm joined by Apostle George Liwayo, and you know, talking about the spiritual side of things, that has a great impact on the growth and the development of a child, which is why Apostle George is in studio right now, just to enlighten us more when it comes to these issues to do with the spiritual side on development of a child. So do enjoy and be inspired by this one. Thank you so much for just making time for us, Apostle.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Zimbabwe, for having me.
All right. So without wasting a lot of time, jumping into the issue, you know, back then, I remember back in primary school, going to church was something that was so common. Even when you're filling in some forms, everyone would have a church that they're writing down. And I think that had a positive impact. But then now, some people, can I say most people, do not see the value of it anymore, like when it comes to the faith community and maybe how it develops a child. So now asking you, as an apostle, you experienced in this, how does the faith community support the spiritual development of children?
Thank you so much. You need to look at it holistically, that there is no way that you can give a well-groomed child or a community without the spiritual aspect of it. Spiritual aspect, this is where the church is coming in, because we groom the child from birth. You know, I'm very much excited by Jeremiah 1 verse 5, where God said to Jeremiah, I knew you before you were. You know, that takes us to the issue of, we have a lot of children who have bitterness with their parents right now. They have a lot of bitterness. Some parents, they also have bitterness with their own children, where we have seen a lot of incidents where parents are beating their children, they are abusing their children because they have a bitterness to say, this child came because of an accident. But do you know, These are things that I'm trying to assist whoever is watching right now, that there is no accident, because God says, I knew you. So implying that our parents, maybe, let me take an example of myself. My mother and father, they only came together because God had an assignment with me. It's not about them. It's about the assignment that God has with me.
It's about you.
So every child right now, he has to be very proud of how he or she was conceived. You have to be very proud of the parents that made them come to this Mother Earth, because they only fulfilled what God wanted to do.
That's true.
So you need to be special in every way you are as a child. So this is the church. We want to detoxify the world, the children, parents, with that bitterness of thinking that, okay, I apologize to everyone. Maybe you have gone through that. Maybe you were abused to have that child. Maybe it was through issues of rape case to go to get the child. But do you know, I've said sorry, do you know that child that came out is an assignment of God? So just be proud that you have that child, because Jeremiah says, God says to Jeremiah, I knew you before. So the process is another issue, but then Jeremiah 29:11 says, I have good plans for you and me. So in whatever situation, this is why, sometimes I feel my heart bleeds when I see our children going through drugs, substance abuse.
It's sad.
The president, His Excellency Dr. Idi Mnangagwa, who is also the SADC president, he says now it's no longer a Zimbabwean crisis, but he said, we are now opening the borders to our brother states in SADC region to say, let's come together, let's start to address the issue of drugs. It's because people, they don't know that they are in an assignment of God.
That's true.
They don't understand that this is an assignment of God. So the moment that you don't understand that, you are always straying. So I pray that let's move away from drugs. Wherever you are, you have a future. God has a plan for you. That the plan is not to destroy you, but to prosper you.
Okay. All right, thank you so much, Apostle. I'm really hoping that one day you'll get the time to just, talk to the youth with more time, and you can educate them more on the spiritual side. Once again, thank you so much, and may God bless you.
I receive it. Thank you so much. Thank you, Zimbabwe.
All right, so you see what we got today, World Children's Day, and Apostle just came in with that punch of just reminding the parents that your child is not a mistake. You, the child, also being reminded that you're not a mistake. World Children's Day. This is the day for the young children. We're talking about their welfare, their dreams, their education, everything to do with children. And it was so interesting to see the young children taking part in all those proceedings as well. Anyways, my name is Taonache Bezalo Kapundoro, and I was with Susan Mason on the sign language desk. And until we meet again, may God bless you. Pleasant viewing.